Hello, y'all. How's it going? I might be a little louder today than I have been in the past. I decided to crank the volume up on the mics to maximum, as last week I noticed on the Friday stream that I kind of misjudged it a little bit. The game audio was a bit high, and I figure having the mic up volume be a little louder, I imagine it could be better. Y'all let me know if it sounds terrible, if there's a reason it shouldn't be at, like, quite maximum. You know, it seems like hitting the red a bit, but, you know, hey. I know there are streamers out there with extremely loud mics who, you know, get by fine, and people like it. And I'm wondering if perhaps this very good Blue Yeti is able to hold up on that. Hello, Tanner. Hello, Lord Bowser. How are y'all doing? Let me start today with a few brief announcements. Now, last week we did the anniversary stream on Wednesday. That was very fun. We also last week finished Grab by the Ghoulies, and also on Friday, because we did the anniversary stream and the anniversary stream and both the anniversary stream and Monday involved Mario Maker, so on Friday I gave it a little bit of a break and did a Paper Mario Randomizer run instead. And we're back now to a normal schedule. Let me run through some stuff at top right fast. First off, you might see at the bottom, sub goal continues. That was a sub goal from the Streamiversary, 1 year, marking 1 year of streaming. Basically, that was for a watch party at the end of that stream, but I decided to keep going with that. And basically, whenever we hit that, I will schedule a stream. Not immediately do it, mind you, schedule it at a reasonable hour, where basically it'll be a stream where I finish off the last story in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. During the anniversary stream, I got through the light and dark campaigns, but that still leaves the last campaign, which is basically 1 really hard level and 2 really hard boss fights. So basically, whenever that goal is met, we'll be doing that, and that'll be a whole stream. And after, we'll do a watch party of Sonic 2, the movie, and I'll play Mario Party while the movie is going. I tend to like to play video games while watching movies, and I figured that maybe watch party, a fun way to do a watch party would be to multitask like that, and hopefully y'all would be into that. We'll see how it goes whenever we meet the goal. Maybe that'll be how we do watch parties from here on out. We'll see how it feels, how it goes. Anyway, that's the first order of business. Hey, Droop Man, what's up? You know, I'm going through my spiel at the top here. Next thing, Treasure Hunting Thursdays. On Thursday, I have decided, for the time being, to make it a themed stream. That is right, there is a theme to Thursday. You're thinking about buying a Blue Yeti, how do you like it? I think it sounds pretty good. Does it sound pretty good right now? Tanner, you tell me. You tell me if the Blue Yeti right now sounds pretty good. Treasure Hunting Thursday. I am going to be playing through 2 games that both involve treasure hunting as a core theme. Those 2 games are Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4. And they'll be played back to back, one after the other. So maybe like two hours of one, 2 hours of the other. We'll see. I would like to pace them such that I'm getting through them at like the same rate. So I'm not sure like if Wario Land is a lot longer than, or if the other way around, if Uncharted 2 is a lot longer than Wario Land, maybe the Wario Land part will have to be like shorter. But it should be fun. I'm thinking about, you know, I expect like to get through at least a world of Wario Land per stream. Maybe multiple, honestly. I can see doing like 8 whole levels of Wario Land in one stream. And I don't know how far we'll get into Uncharted, but the game's not super long either, is it? We'll see. That'll be the Thursday plan. Hope y'all will come by and check that out. Finally, there's a date now for the Randomizer Roulette. I've talked about the Randomizer Roulette a fair bit the last month or so. It is my extra live stream. And now as a day... Oh shit, I mistyped. It's the 20th, not the 12th. Jeez. 1 second, I'll fix that.
Oh no!
There we go. All right. Hey, Giavarsk. Thank you for the level. Anyway, that'll be for November 20th. 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. Central at least. So if we don't end up finishing the roulette by that point, we will go a little late. But if we finish before then, we'll do something else until the time is up. That will be my extra live stream. I have incentives such as bean boozled beans to eat every $25. And if we meet the $300 goal I'm going for, I'll do Metal Gear Screwjob in December, which will be a whole feature where I play through Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but kind of in random order. You'll see what that means. I can explain it, but let's... Hey, thank you for the follow, Giavertis. Thanks for the Why is that so small? What the fuck? That's not right. Oh, Jesus. Let me check out what's going on with the... Oh, I have an idea why that might be. I added the thing to the thing, and that must have fucked up the notifications. I can fix that. 1 second. So yeah, the Randomizer Roulette will be coming in a couple weeks. That's a Sunday, by the way. The Sunday before Thanksgiving. And I'm doing it as part of Team MinMax. So, you know, I've been seeing some good support from those folks as I've put the plans up, as well as some like promo images, which I should have had so I could show. But 1 second, let me. I'll do something improvised right now. Promo image. I have it right here. 1 second. Here's the promo image, by the way, for the Randomizer Roulette. I posted this on Twitter and stuff. I think this is it. No, that's the old one. 1 second. Where is it? Looking through my folder. Should have had this prepared, I know. I'm sorry. Where the fuck did I put it? Is it downloads, maybe? Maybe I downloaded it at some point. Oh, there, yep, there it is. There's a little promo image I made for the Randomizer Roulette. Again, that's Sunday, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m., and those are the 4 randomizers involved. Basically, I'll switch between them randomly every 5 to 10 minutes. I set up all the stuff for, like, switching between the switching between like the trackers. I got them all set up by hotkey now. It's gonna be pretty slick. Look for it in around 2 weeks, basically. A little less than 2 weeks. Anyway, let me fix the... While y'all look at this promo image, let me go ahead and fix the UI stuff. What the fuck? Why is it so goddamn small? There it goes. It should be fine now. That is so weird that it got shortened like that. That shouldn't be... I hope that didn't affect other things. Let me check the break screen real fast as well, because that's the only one we're gonna see during the stream. And after the stream, I'll fix the rest of them. 1 second, folks. That screen's fine. The effects were not fucked up there for some reason. Anyway, that's the Randomizer Roulette, and also alerts should be working now. Anyone wants to pause such an alert, I'll do a test. I'll do a test real fast just to make sure we're good. I'm hearing some slowdown. That's because I'm loading the thing, I guess. Just gonna run a quick test and just confirm that the alerts now look good. This is a test. There, yeah, that's about more what it should look like. The promo image is on top of the thing for some. That's not good. All right, let's get this out of the way. Great. I put the promo image into a group that it shouldn't belong into. Okay, there we go. Let's get rid of that promo image. I think we all got the idea now. Anyway, I think that about covers it as far as like announcements and stuff. 2 weeks until the Extra Life, until my Extra Life stream. Look forward to that. Sub goal ongoing. And Thursday is gonna be a fun thing. Alright, I'm going back to the couch now. Ooh. Alright, one more second. Alright, here we go. So, before we get into y'all's levels, let me first show off some changes. Some new additions to my level that I've been working on. This is Meteor Meltdown. It is the 33rd level of my Super World, which, by the way, let me bring up the promo thing for that. It's Mario Country, Waluigi's Triple Threat. 32 levels in. Expect it to be done sometime next year. It's a traditional Super World, and it's quite good. Y'all should check it out. The 32 levels that are done already are very, very, very good, I will say. Let me show you this level here, which I have built out a few more sections of. Last Wednesday, I didn't do a full update, but I did show off a small area that I had built, and let me tell you, that small area has been completely redone. I iterated the fuck out of it, and now I'm really happy with the result. It's really, really sick. So let me play up to that point. This is a level where there's a lot of Magic Koopas, some nice theming, as well as Wigglers, Pokies, and other such things. With this area, you can totally just run under, and I think that's quite nice. I raised those guys up, by the way. Originally, they were just 2 off the ground, and I made 3 off the ground, so it's easier to go under them. This is the all-new area, the main all-new area. Basically, in this area, you got the grinders that are going to work, and you know, the first time you go over them, there's some bricks and stuff, and the second time, it'll be all destroyed. Now, in this bit here, you can go down and get a 30. That causes some spikes to destroy the platforms that you're on, so you want to be careful there. This part can be... I also built a little more. And some of this, by the way, is just strictly some prototypes. You know, some stuff I'm trying out. You like the 30 setup? Yeah, I do too. Let me show you this again, but it's your Mario, like little Mario. So if you're little Mario here, you can go over, you can go under, grab the thing, and instead of like Yoshi hovering, you just jump off the wall. I don't think Rictendo, I don't think Tanner is trolling here. He genuinely likes the setup. You go down, and basically if you go down, that triggers the thing. Here, there's like a little thing where you can destroy all these Wigglers if you're good, though it's a little... I haven't quite showed it off properly. One more thing here. here I put that little platform down there so that you could, like, even if you missed couldn't get to the higher platform. Another thing about this that's good is that, there we go, we did it right that time. Maybe we should increase the denomination of this so that it's like a 30 coin or something. The only thing is that I already did just put a 30 coin a little earlier. Unless, what if the other way? This is a 30. This is a 30. This is a 10. Another setup I could do here would be more like this. You know, more like, it could be more like this instead. Or like, oh, it's pretty easy. You just jump down there and get it. And it's a funny trap. And then here, you know, if you're good, you can clear out the guys. And that's pretty good. I really like this bit here. When I first set this up, I was like, yo, this is a really funny little bit. This is a really fun little bit. I know it directly follows another 10 coin, but if you can take these guys out efficiently, it feels really good. It feels so good. And I think the fact that it's not a sure thing only makes it better. Only makes it a little more interesting. I was also thinking about a red coin hunt, but honestly, I'm now leaning more towards like a little area that has 5 red coins and like a really close, and not like a big area, like a small area like this. But also, I'm thinking maybe later in the level, maybe in the second half of the second half. I kind of like this more. I kind of like this being easy, as like it almost is like a trick. It almost is like a trick. I think that's kind of cool. Anyway, that's the update. By the way, let me show you one more thing. One more thing here. Which is that if you use Yoshi here, if you have Yoshi for the second half, for like the second half. If you have Yoshi for the second half. By the way, this here is set up so that the right path, which has a little tighter timing, is going to be the first one that opens up for you. But the, okay, so if you have Yoshi here, you can actually go through the middle. Well, if I raise this one slightly off the ground, let me try that again. Maybe a little adjustment here will help. I basically set this up so that if you want to go through the middle, it's risky but possible to not go like the long way around. Oh, isn't that nice? Another path I didn't consider. There we go. So you don't have to go over, you can instead go under should you have Yoshi. That feels pretty good. I'm not sure, like, one second, let me test something. If these two are, like, the same, do they fire at the same time? No, the one on the right that is in the air fires slightly slower. This is, by the way, a pro tip for y'all. You can delay enemies slightly by taking them off the ground. Just a scotch. All right, that's enough of that. Think it's coming along. You don't have a level in the queue, Rictendo. I think it's coming along well. The second half here is starting to take shape. Stuff around these crushers, these skewers, I think is interesting. Also, an interesting thing here is this sword gives you a ceiling to work with. I think is interesting. You know, you're gonna have to like jump between these pokies and the crusher above you. Guess that'd be harder if you were bigger. Or you're gonna have to be quick so that you get to the other side of these before the crusher gets to crushing. Either way, I think that's a neat little bit. Gonna hit save. I think like around this point in the level, I'm gonna have to give the player a Yoshi, so probably what this last screen will be in this subworld will be And by the way, we're like at maximum extent in the subworld, so this is the last screen. Unless I were to redesign like whole portions of the previous parts. And by the way, this will get themed up later. It's not themed yet. Some sort of Yoshi will be given out right about here. And then there'll be a pipe back to the overworld to finish the level. Alright, let's get going. Let's get going, y'all. Viewer levels. I see y'all have gotten plenty of them in. Let me go ahead and hit next. By the way, I guess I didn't dismiss the Bingo's level from Wednesday. Sorry about that, Bingo. If you were trying to get a level, if Bingo was here and trying to get a level in, that was my bad. But I don't think Bingo is, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Let me go ahead and hit next. First level up is by Tanner Andrews. And folks, let me say for reference, and for those who don't know, how this whole thing works, how we do things here, as far as viewer levels go. If you're here when your level comes up, I give your level the full time of day, which, outside of the lightning round, means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death. We only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Let's go. Tanner Eddy, Midnight Mansion, Happy Halloween 2022. Yes, it was Halloween last week. A week ago today was Halloween. Let's go ahead and get 15 minutes on the clock. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. I did want to have, like, some updates. What? Didn't want to have some updates as far as the heads go. I recently did, you know, start Sonic and stuff, and there were some new heads that were part of that. But, you know, I've kind of had a busy weekend. Haven't been able to put those heads into the bonus head slots yet. Also haven't been able to do a couple other of things I was looking at. You know how it is. Busy with like, you know, doing prep and stuff for other stuff. Also just tend to be very busy in general. Alright. Spooky level. Kind of a hard one. I got a key. I can see where the level wants me to jump against walls and stuff. I like those, oh, that's kind of a spooky thing. Look at this. Upside down flagpole. I like it. Alright, we're gonna have some more business here. Oops.
Oh, no.
Died, but that's fine. Alright. Ooh, spooky. Rip key. Oh, I did lose the key. That's right, because keys aren't preserved by checkpoints. Didn't think about that, but yeah, that's true. Key is dead. There we go. Fantastic. How y'all doing on this this Monday? Hope y'all are doing well. Looking forward to holidays and stuff coming up. You know I am. Got a lot of time off in December. Got a lot of time off in like Thanksgiving time as well. That's part of why. Insane, yeah. That's part of why I scheduled the extra life for the Sunday before Thanksgiving, by the way, because you know I'm not working on Monday. I took some time off, you see. So, it kind of made perfect sense to schedule it then. Oops. Schedule it then when I was free to do whatever. And I am also thinking like what exactly I'll do during like Thanksgiving week. I imagine that there won't be a Thursday stream that week. for reasons, but you know, Friday stream seems quite likely. Could also do other days as well, depending.
Oh no!
Depending, you know, we'll see how busy I am. I imagine Thursday's out, but other days could be totally in. Could see doing a Tuesday, maybe a Tuesday stream. It's even doing like other days as well. I mean, if I'm not doing anything and there's no Thursday stream, could very well just do a bunch of extra streams or even like daytime streams. Quite a novelty on a weekday. Doing like a... There was in like in like July, I took a week off, did a bunch of streams that week, including on like one Friday I did lunchtime viewer levels. Imagine that, lunchtime viewer levels. Viewer levels at lunchtime. That could be fun to do again, given the opportunity.
Oh no!
This is well done. I like it. And the checkpoints are well spaced out. Let's do it. Let's finish this. It kind of almost looks like you'd have to like jump.
Oh no!
Maybe I should do like more luring that guy to the side or something before trying to jam on through. All right. Hey, Yobotic, thank you for the level. Let's get to it in some time. There are actually quite a few levels in the queue today, which I will say I appreciate. Always appreciate it when there's a lot of folks here. And, you know, we have a lot of levels to go through. We got Yoshi. All right. Oh, I should have wall jumped there, but I didn't need to. Beautiful. That was a very nice level, Tanner Andrews. Very well done. Challenging, but also the checkpointing was very fair. Made it easy to keep going, and makes good and steady progress. That's right, GG indeed. Let me go ahead, take down the timer, and bring up the next level. Complete. And go ahead and do next. And yeah, there's 6 levels in the queue right now. 5 now that I've removed one. You can always see how many levels are in the queue. If you look down at the bottom right corner, there's a little thing that says like 5 out of 99. That's how many are in queue right now. You can also see the code for the current level, which by the way is by Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, go ahead and confirm. Lord Bowser, really good about confirming. I know it's good for it. I'm going to go ahead and type it in. But while I'm typing, I'm going to bring up a little card. Hear about the time change. These, by the way, are sort of like cue cards. They sort of have things that I want to talk about. And it's a good way of reminding me to talk about a thing. And also, you can see it when it comes up, which I think is pretty nice. So yeah, Sunday, the time changed. Hope y'all gained an hour of sleep or an hour of messing around on the internet, whichever is your tendency. I will say, like, personally, time change is kind of weird for me right now. Hey, Lord Bowser, very good. Time change is very weird for me right now, just because I tend to work with, I work with a lot of folks that are in other time zones. So for me, the time zone changing means that my morning meeting goes from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. And told my coworkers, told my scrum master this year, honestly, I'm not going to attend any meeting before 7 o'clock. Just not good for my sleep schedule to be doing so. And also, I don't want, obviously, I'll say like India, they would have to stay really late for like a 7 p.m. meeting or a 7 a.m. meeting to be possible. So like, I get it that it doesn't work for them either, but I just can't do 6 a.m. Nah, can't do it. I will also say another thing that's weird about the time change, just personally, is that because the sun goes down so fast, it's harder to get in like an evening walk. That said, I've not been walking as regularly as I should be in the last year. Baylor hits, says Droopman. Like Baylor from Game of Thrones? Baylor the Blessed, right? I think? Question mark? I heard the name of Baylor the Blessed recently. And I guess that's who created the Sept of Baylor. Originally. Kind of a Targaryen who was way into the church. Who was like a big Catholic, basically. Big Catholic Targaryen guy. That is right, that is who you were talking about. The Sept of Baelor. I think also maybe it might be referring to like an explosion or something that happened. Like when the Sept of Baelor blew up in like season... I don't remember. The big bad airship. Maybe we're thinking of a different... Oh, okay, that's Lord Bowser. Sorry, sometimes y'all's names are the same color. And I go like, wait. I think that for a second that y'all are... it's just a follow-up. Into the ocean, he can drown. Or Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon talk then, eh? Kind of a spoiler. I'm kidding, probably weren't talking about the littlest dragon and the littlest strong lord. No, I'm just kidding. I do not subscribe to the... I think it is very funny when... What the fuck's his face? Almond says, Lord Strong. This referred to the... you know, the legitimate heirs of House Targaryen. But yeah. Anyway, time change. Whoop. Sick moves, Bowser, but little Bowser, but not good enough. But also, yeah, on the time change, gonna have to get used to again, like, fuck. Like, the sun going out so early, so soon. Maybe get have to, like, go for a walk, like, right after work, basically. Like, no dilly-dally. You want to catch the sun, you gotta get moving, like, right away. Fucking what am I doing? Can't jump over. Another thing I always could do would be to, like, you know, could just want to get a walk, take one during lunch or something. I tend to not be in... I tend to like to do, like, an evening walk. That said, you know, a lunch walk would be easier to fit in with stream schedules and all, because, you know, that doesn't necessarily clash with anything. Whereas, like, because I do so much streaming, I do find that, like, oh, doing, like, a long walk before a stream, that's risky, right? Because what if you're all sweaty, need to have a shower or bath, whatever, and won't be ready to stream at stream time. You use Bowser Jr. as your Mario Bar substitute, says Lord Bowser. That's right, in the kayfabe of this super world, Bowser is the good guy, basically. What is one boss you wish could be added to Mario Maker 2? I'll tell you, I'm not really a big boss person. I would say something fun. I would want to have some sort of, like, third-party boss. I think that would be fun. Or not third-party, like, other franchise boss. Birdo? Oh, Birdo would be a good one. Birdo would be a little bit weird because you can't, like, grab... If you're not playing a Super Mario Bros. 2 Mario, you can't exactly grab the eggs now, can you? And then it'd just be like jumping on Birdo, which is kind of just the same as other bosses. I'm gonna say Ganondorf? What if no, that's not it. That'd be a weird one to add though. Goma from Ocarina of Time. Just add Goma in, I don't know. Big Goma. Cloud Top Cruise is done. Bowser and Co. have found themselves in a haunted forest. Maybe something from Paper Mario, like the Goomba King. The Goomba King should appear in more things, I think. Monty Moletank from New Super Mario Brothers says, Robotnik. Ooh, I like Robotnik, yeah. You should be able to, like, hold down on him, and there's, like, 5 variants of, like, different mechs he can be in. Like, one with the ball that goes back and forth. You know, with the ball on it. Like, he can have a drill tank, maybe. I guess in most Mario levels, you'd have to be stationary, though, so... Or, like... You'd have to lock the player into a... For Robotnik to work... Would Robotnik bosses work without locking you into an area? I don't know, but I guess it could be just like a little room. Fire Chomps? Those are... What games are Fire Chomps from, Giavarsk? Giavarsk? Alright, let's go ahead and hit next and see what level is up next. It's from Benil. Benel, go ahead and confirm. Benel says nice. Let me pull up a card. This is asking, what are the worst games y'all have played? Been thinking about this recently because I've talked about some plans for December involving like, oh, I would like to, for every sub I have at the end of December, I'm gonna play one level of notoriously bad Paper Mario Sticker Star, which I hate with a passion. And I think that'll be a fun thing for December. But I will admit that I don't really play a lot of the worst games because a lot of them cost money. And you know, why would I pay for a game I think is going to be bad? Or even worse, a game I know is going to be bad. If they're on Game Pass, like I could see trying them out, but I tend to just play the stuff I think is going to be good. And I'm wondering, like, what is the worst stuff y'all have played? Spellbreak? Haven't heard of that. But I'll trust you that it's bad and I shouldn't try it. For me, I would say, like, Paper Mario Sticker Star. Man, that was your first one? Man. I guess if you didn't have context. I'll say, part of why I hated Sticker Star is because... You know, I love the original games, and Sticker Star felt like an insult. You know, it felt like they were told not to do any of the good stuff that the original games did. Okay, wait. Oh, grab the spring here. Felt like they were told not to do any of the good things the original games did. What? Oh, I see. And it ended up being really crap. I'll say other games that I really hated. I really disliked the Donkey Konga. I think Donkey Konga was like the worst possible rhythm game for me to have started out with. You know, it's just like dead simple, and the music choices in Donkey Konga are just inexplicably bad as far as like, oh, you're making a DKC game, and they can't put in any DKC music? Like, soundtrack of DKC is one of their strong suits, so why isn't, like, the Cliff music from DKC 3, why isn't it that in there? Instead, it's just, like, Rock Lobster and shit like that, except bad covers thereof. That game is 100% not for me. I'm sure other people could enjoy it, but... Nah. What are some of the other worst games that I've played? It's hard to say because, like I said, I don't play that many really, really bad ones, but... I'll say, like... You know... I guess, like, honestly... rentals. Rentals, like, back in the day where people did rentals. That's probably where most of the actual bad games I played, I got into, right? What about Color Splash? Didn't play Color Splash, didn't play Origami King, because I hated, you know, Sticker Star, and I'm not gonna pay money for the sequels to games I hate. That just seems like a really silly thing for me to do. What are the actual worst ones? What I had in mind is when I rented as a kid, it was like a, what's the rat and the cat? You know, the rat and the cat, the mouse and the mouse and the cat that chases? You know the mouse. Not that mouse, not Mickey Mouse, the other mouse. Sylvester. No, that's not. Sylvester's not it. Remind me of the mouse's name. Tom and Jerry. Yes, there was a Tom and Jerry game for SNES, and I played it, and I was like, "Oh, that's bad." 9 and 10. I'll tell you, I didn't buy any. I haven't bought any Mario Party since I did. From the period from like the Wii Mario Parties to the, you know, reinvent to like Mario Party Super Mario Party. I didn't buy any Mario Party game because they looked really bad, and honestly, when I saw them, I was like, oh, that's depressing. That's depressing. Look at that, we got through. Thank you for the level. Quite nice. We want Reznor? Ooh, Reznor! Reznor would be good. I like Reznor. That'd be a good pick. Maybe you could have it so that, like, the Reznor were, like, on rails, and you could place them, like, on rails. And then you could customize it and be like, oh, these Reznors are just going left and right. Rather than just always in a wheel. Always in a wheel formation. Or maybe, like, Reznors in an actual level where you're just, like, having to hit them, you know, to clear the path. And then you can jump on top of their blocks once... They're moving blocks once that's done. You know, that would be... There's some possibilities with Reznors you could do a lot of cool stuff with. Yeah, like, imagine if, like, for sake of example, Reznor-wise, let me just... Thank you for the level, by the way. Imagine if, like, something like this. Except instead of, well, hang on, I don't have much. Whatever, it's fine. Just pretend this is Walduff. Pretend there's, like, a Reznor here instead of, if you could do, like, a Reznor block with a Reznor on top. And, let's see, what's a good... Let's just use the Pokey, actually. Pokey's good. And, let's see, like that. Down a scotch. You could have something like this, and if you had like full control over like Reznors, and you just put them on rails, and you can have a nice big like block to jump onto, and then do that to the next one, and then just like climb a little tower like that. That would be an interesting way to do Reznors. Something like that would be possible if you had full control over them and their blocks. Or you just had, like, really long blocks. You could honestly do that with, like, a different enemy. Instead of a Reznor, you know. The blocks, they're, like, 1x3. If you could do something with that. Perhaps. Let's see what the next level is. Thank you, Benel, for the level. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And go ahead and hit next. Next up is Droopman's level. Droopman just asked about Mario Party, which, by the way, I'll say, as far as Mario Party 9 and 10, I have seen video of them, and man, 9 and 10 seem like the most depressing shit in the world. Like, I love Mario Party, but watching that, it's like, oh, they drained all the fun out of Mario Party. Even I would hate that. Even I would hate to play that. Like, you don't move around a map, it's all a shared car? Who thought that was a good idea? How did you land on that? The part of the fun of Mario Party is you move around a map, and you sort of make little decisions as you go. It's all collective, it's just like bullshit, it's just nothing. Maybe have that as like a goofy mode, like there were like single player modes in the previous games. They were not exactly, a little bit comparable, but having that be the main thing, it's just weak. It's weak and not very good. No block heaven, let's go. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go. By the way, if again, I'll say again, y'all don't know if y'all are new. The way this works is if you're here, I give you 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you're not, mostly very nearly, but not quite sudden death.
Oh no!
Wherein I only have 5 tries to beat the level. It took them years to get back to normal ass Mario Party. Yeah, that's true. And even now, I'd say like Superstars is not perfect. I still prefer the N64 games, which is why I'm so glad that now 2 of those games are on N64 Online. Can't wait to play some of that. Which, by the way, again, Subgoal will have a Mario Party as part of that. Looking forward to whenever get the chance to try. I want that. Give me that. Fuck it.
Oh no!
Hubris. It was so sad that ended up. Those games are just depressing. I'm glad now they're back to like doing it almost properly, but could be closer to correct, I think. Keep an eye out for that goodie. There we go. A lot of piranha plants in this level, huh? This feels like either a shortcut or a bonus. Looks like a bonus. Okay. Okay. Well, we did it! Somehow. Very nearly didn't, but whatever. Alright. Very nice, traditional ass level. Your favorite Mario Party was 8? And it was you never got the chance to play the older ones? Damn, man. Well, do I have good news for you? Mario Party 1 and 2 are on N64 Online right now. You can play them, and you can even play them online. That said, I will say my favorite has got to be 3. 3 is head and shoulders better than 1 and 2. 2 is okay, though. 2 is pretty good. 1 is very rough and very much just like, you can tell it's a first pass, right? It's very much like, oh, you got most of the ideas down right the first time, but a lot more of them is going to come in on 2, and then the real refinement comes in at 3, and then they mix it up and change things up after that, and it gets a little fast and loose for a while, and then it gets fucked up entirely when the car comes in. I'll tell you, I never played the Wii one, the one with motion controls. That one's probably not bad, though, in the grand scheme of things. Probably much worse Mario Parties you could play. Alright, let's see the next level. It's Giaverisk's level. Giaverisk. Gia, how you doing? Go ahead and confirm in chat. Mario 1 is like, hi player, I hate you. Take that, -5 stars. It's not inaccurate. Yeah, you can really get chance time to hell in that. Just like all your stars gone in an instant. Or stolen by another player. It can really fuck you. I prefer in Mario Party 3 where there are like... And you're saying do the Super World, gotcha. In Mario Party 3 there are games of chance out there in the game. There are like Shy Guy faces, right? They'll take all your coins, but they'll make you do a mini game where you gamble with your coins, and you can end up getting your coins like multiplied by 2, doubled. You can end up getting them multiplied by 10, by orders of magnitude. Or you could walk away with nothing. I think it's better in that one that there's like a challenge to it. There's a chance that you might walk away a rich man, and it's not entirely random. Quite. Well, it is mostly random. I mean, it's gambling, right? It has to be random, but look at that, the boomerang. Let me set the timer, by the way. And let me do another card. I haven't done a card in a bit. Did you hear about multiple directs this week? That's right. Tomorrow, I think, is the Pokemon Direct. And I think Wednesday is like a Nindies Direct. Looking forward to those. That'll be fun to find like more information about Scarlet and Violet. Also, maybe, hey, some Nintendo Indies and whatever. That's also cool. Let's see. This is just a very mild and nice traditional level. Perfectly suitable for a 1-1. I like how you give the boomerang out. The boomerang is fun, and more opportunities to use it are welcomed. Levels seem pretty well designed around like getting the most out of the boomerang, which I think is appropriate. That's good. You did a great job. I can see people playing that level and wanting to play another one. Of course, by the way, I will say for those who are new, once I play one of your levels, feel free to put in another one, especially if you're doing like the super worlds. I'll continue at a level at a time as we go around the horn. And eventually here we'll get to the lightning round and things will move even faster. We won't be doing a 15-minute timer. It'll be a whole nother thing. Alright, let's see the next person. Next person is Snow. Looking forward to those directs. I want to see a lot more Pokemon. I want to see the actual final evolutions of the starters. I want to see like a bunch of Pokemon, new gimmicks, all that. Really, really interested, especially because like personally, I need to know the exclusives before I can make a decision on which version to get. So I need the information. I also to make decisions that I'm gonna have to make coming soon. Snow confirming. It says yo, good, very nice. Let me do another card. Follow up on Randomizer Roulette estimates. So as I said before, Randomizer Roulette planned for I'll bring up the card again. Is planned for the 20th extra live stream where I'll be playing through 4 randomizers all at once, sort of randomly switching between them over the course of like 12 hours or so. And I will say we did Paper Mario 3 Star Spirits on Friday, and it took around 4 hours. Now, y'all might be worried, thinking like, oh, one of the randomizers took 4 hours. I will say, though, I did also play some of the other randomizers over the weekend, and I did find that the fusion took a little under 2 hours for me to do. So even if we're losing an hour on Paper Mario, we'll probably gain an hour on Metroid Fusion. And that's not with any, like, speed up the game things. That's just how long the randomizer takes, period. Turns out there's not much you can do as far as, like, oh, there's no easy mode of Fusion, but once you get the Fusion randomizer down, 2 hours should be plenty, honestly, so I think we'll be good on that. DK64, I think, will also take around 2 to 3 hours, so I think we could gain time on that. And honestly, if Minish Cap also takes around 2 or 3 hours, I could see us finishing like with an hour or 2, or even 3 to spare if we get really lucky, at which point, we'll have to fill up the time with something. I'm not sure what yet, honestly, if we do end up with time in that stream. Maybe like Jackbox would be fun. If there's like people in the chat ready to go and do Jackbox, maybe that would be a fun thing to end on. I haven't seen any of the new Jackbox games this year, so maybe checking those out as part of that would be fun. could also just play like some standbys, like viewer levels or like Smash Brothers or like Mario Kart. There are options. There are options for like filling up those whatever time we have left, but we'll see how that goes, and I'll think about that up to the thing. Right, this is the... I remember this. Now, Snow. I'm gonna put the 15-minute timer on. Snow. We tried this out last week, and I will say I don't get what the trick is here. Don't get what the trick is here. Because to get the key, this guy has to die. But once the guy dies, you can't get in the door. What's the deal? What is the deal here? Maybe the key is you gotta like ground pound. Ground pound. Oh! You have to ground pound and hit up on the same frame. Okay. That works. What the?
Oh no!
Okay, next we have to go through a tiny gap in a thing. It's frame perfect. Gotcha. And you can't really like buffer it because if you hit up before you hit the ground, you hit up before you hit the ground, it just cancels the thing.
Oh no!
I wonder if the ground pound makes your hitbox smaller. If you like can get through the gap easier if you ground pound. That's probably not a thing, is it? Okay. And to be clear, last time we only had 2 tries, so... Because we were doing it in sudden death, so... you know, I fucked up both tries, and that was that. What other games... Tell me, y'all, what games would y'all like to see after the Randomizer Roulette, if y'all were hanging out for that?
Oh no!
Maybe Jackbox would be like the best possible answer if we had like folks watching, like if there was like a pretty active scene. I'm sort of thinking that we could get such a scene. I mean, the Randomizer Roulette is such a cool idea. One, I'm anticipating like a pretty big showing because like extra life stuff, and also I expect people will come and buy, support like the extra life and stuff. And also, because, you know, I'll be playing 4 randomizers, we'll be able to post that to 4 different randomizer discords, and you know what? I bet the people who hang out in such discords would like to see the Randomizer Roulette. That sounds like right up their alleys, and I'm hoping that there'll be like a nice showing from them, at which point, we might have a pretty big crowd for Jackbox, bigger than we've gotten outside of like big ass raids. I'm really excited for the Randomizer Roulette. I have high hopes for how well it goes. You know, maybe we might end up with a pretty good fucking stream. It's such a good concept as well, is the thing. If not,
Oh no!
is the ground pound a bad idea? By the way, I don't know if it has an effect on my hitbox. If it's like making it smaller or bigger. I wonder. Mario Kart would be just like a standard, right? Like doing a bunch of Mario Kart. Can't go wrong with that. You know, and whether people want to join or not, you know, I can have my friend code in the... Even if I go into like a public lobby of like Mario Kart, other people could join. Seen other streamers do that when it's relevant. But what other options would there be? Other multiplayer games? Play like a shooter or something. I will say, like, streaming Overwatch is out just because Overwatch 2 performance on my computer is just really bad. Could do like Splatoon. I haven't played Splatoon in a bit. The game's pretty good. There are options. There are options. There are definitely options.
Oh no!
I would, however, want it to be something that is not like a main thing, right? And like when I upload the VOD to like YouTube or whatever, I imagine whatever comes after the randomizer roulette is finished is not going to go in like the thumbnail or anything. The thumbnail is going to be focused on the 4 games that are the bulk of the stream. And whatever ends up being done last will be just like filler. Which, you know, I think is just about right, you know? For the end of an extra live stream, we'll have to fill time. And that's just how it goes.
Oh no!
This is hard. I don't know if y'all know this, but this is hard. How about if I pull another card? Y'all grew up with Legos? The other day, I watched Lego, like a... Do you not guys know the Netflix series, The Toys That Made Us? With family, I watched the Lego episode of that. And I will say, I kind of think that show is bad. I think it's kind of like... Honestly, you could get a better, like, history lesson from a YouTube. From just, like, any random YouTuber. The Toys That Made Us guy is very cringe. And he puts in too many fucking little jokes. You know, like little sound effects and clips and stuff. It's like, it's not funny. It's more cringe than anything. Go back to, like, YouTube review school, I guess. But still, hey, you know, the history is interesting. It's interesting to learn about Lego. Though I will say, I think I watched a YouTube video that covered about the same information, but was less cringe. So, you know, take that as you will. But, you know, Legos are interesting. After that, you know, I was sort of watching it with my folks, hanging out, having some Saturday dinner. Went upstairs and found a box of Legos. Rooted through it. My dad didn't believe that Bionicle was a thing. Didn't know what Bionicle was. So we looked through boxes and found like a whole box of Bionicles. A whole fucking box of Bionicles and shit. Those are some pretty cool motherfuckers. I also think that, like, related to Bionicles, they do sort of breeze over what I think is a very interesting development in Legos, which is to say, the Legos that are not like bricks and stuff. Like, the ones that are like little rods and little rods with holes in them, you know? The ones you're supposed to, like, thread the rods through. I guess there must be a word for, like, rods and beams. I don't know what the terminology would be to differentiate the two, but basically like a bunch of really mechanical pieces. I guess that must have came out of their, like, their robot line when they Lego Technic or whatever. Maybe it must have come out of there. I will say, by the way, let me show you something. Rooting through that box, I found a few things. Like, I found this. Do y'all know what this is? Let me take it closer to the camera there. Do you know what these are? These are Connects. They're Connects. I made a whole fucking cube of them back in the day. Just looking at this, I think it's very neat. I think it's a very neat cube. You can see there's... The thing about Connects is there's pieces that, like, connect... Let me take out a piece. So that's what a Connects looks like. You see this one's sort of a corner piece. There's also ones that, like, just have two of them. Just have two edges. And there's ones that go around the whole gambit. So you see, like, this one is made out of ones that are semicircles, ones that are full circles. And you can see they can interlock like such, like that. Like these... Like... They can sort of interlock at a right angle, which is pretty neat. I also found this really old Rubik's Cube. Really old Rubik's Cube, and I will say, like, it is like not as good as the modern cubes you can just get off Amazon from no-name brands, right? this cube has no rounded corners on the inside, and what that means is that it locks up like a motherfucker. And just like turning it fast, you're gonna have so many cases where you're just gonna find yourself unable to turn it. It feels really, really rotten as a result. But that's just what you had back in the day. Anyway, sorry for burning up like a minute or two. But was fun looking through that thing. I had, when I was a kid, I had like a whole big cool ass spaceship that I made out of Lego, and it was like a whole custom thing. And it's kind of sad now. I'm pretty sure like that spaceship was you know, taken apart at some point, and I don't think there's any fucking pictures of it anywhere. Like, I don't think ever a picture of it was taken, which is a real shame. I would have liked to have pictures of that I could show you, of like a cool ass spaceship, a cool ass big spaceship that I made as a kid, but it's just gone. It's gone.
Oh no!
It was like cool. It had like the dome thing. You know the dome piece that you could like on a hinge. And it had like it used a lot of big spaceship pieces. It was cool as hell.
Oh no!
Oh, I can picture it in my mind, but you know, it's just gone. It's just gone. It wasn't like a realistic spaceship like the ones you see in my alerts. It was like a fantasy spaceship with like big old wings and like weird domes. Kind of closer to like, sort of closer to like 60s to like space cadet spaceship. Sort of like halfway between a UFO and a like actual spaceship that you would like launch into space from Earth. Like a cross between a UFO and a plane, basically, is how I would describe it. It had some weird shaped wings that I thought were cool. That, or they were the ones that were available and that I had on hand that I could slot in. God, I wish that was somewhere. I wish it'd be amazing if I found that just intact and I never took it apart or anything. If that was somewhere in that crate of Legos, I would be so pleased. Maybe I should have a second look next time I'm over there. See if I can find that motherfucker. But I'm pretty sure it's just gone. Pretty sure it's just gone. That one spaceship, probably the one Lego build I'm like attached to. Everything else was just more like temperamental, not temperamental, ephemeral. And again, that was a custom job, so it wasn't based on anything, I don't think. I don't think you could find a kit of it. Or like look and see like, oh yeah, you just made like the ship that existed and everyone had. Like, no, it was a cool ass custom job. Y'all ever do custom jobs like that?
Oh no!
We have around a minute and a half left. Precision is hard. I tell you, I'm not like the most precise person. So I have died a whole great deal. And I've not gotten to the bottom of this pit once. You know, the parts that are coming up don't look that hard though on the face of them. And let's just look at a wall jump against just a wall.
Oh no!
Maybe there's a smarter way to do this. Maybe there's a smarter way to do this.
Oh no!
Like maybe I should be killing my momentum a little bit more aggressively or something. Maybe that's part of the problem is I'm just moving as I go into the hole. Then again, like, a ground pound should be able to like, take care of that. And, ground pounds didn't seem to be helping. We got 22 seconds, 20 seconds. Probably gonna be the last try here before we go into 5 last tries. One thing I was thinking, by the way, is changing the timer so that it says until last tries or something. Just to be clear that it's a countdown, not until the level is over, but until we do 5 last tries. Let's do them. 5 last tries. And by the way, if we do have to reset because, you know, we fucked this up, there's a hidden one up on the wall? What do you mean a hidden one? Like a hidden block? What?
Oh no!
Oh, wow. That'll help. If we're able to get back and, like, not die after hitting that, we can totally use that to, well, we can totally use that to judge, to line ourselves up. Alright, there's the one up.
Oh no!
Why didn't that work? Okay, I guess that doesn't work. Okay. Precision is not that easy. Beautiful. What frame rate does this game run at, by the way? That it,
Oh no!
Don't slide. Easier said than done. So we need to get our fall, like, get our jump stopped by the block without necessarily sliding on it. That was the last try, and we did it. Wait, what's up with this next part? Oh, this is where you come from. Okay. What? Oh, we're supposed to go to the left here. We're supposed to go to the left there. Thank you for the level. We were unable to clear it. Such as, but thank you anyway. What time is it? We've been going for about an hour 20. It was sort of a late start today, by the way. I don't think I mentioned it up top, but Windows was being a little bit weird, so I had to restart the PC before starting the stream. We'll go into the lightning round in around, let's say 10 minutes from now. Let's say 9:45. 9:45, the lightning round will start. The arrow is there for a reason. Yes, I have now learned that. Yobotic! Yobotic, your level is up. Look at that, Yobotic. Yobotic, you made it. I'm gonna go grab a quick drink of water. Yobotic says good luck. I'm really far away, so you can't hear me. I said I needed a refill, so that's why it took a minute. Bomb, indeed, Droopman. Yobotic says it's old from several years ago, pre-COVID. Want to see if it holds up. Okay, we can do that. Let me pull up another card while I'm putting in the code. I watched Thor, the new Thor, Love and Thunder, on like I think that was Saturday night. Decided to go ahead and watch that while I was doing the Metroid Fusion, doing a little Metroid Fusion practice for the Randomizer Roulette, and that movie is not very good. I think it was pretty mediocre, kind of a mess. Had fun bits, but also was very confused. And I thought it was weird how like the girl Thor, who I was sort of expecting to be the star of the movie, was not the star of the movie. It's about regular Thor. I thought it was gonna be about Lady Thor, who is, you know, I will say, also like, yeah. So Lady Thor is Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda, who is well, she's Natalie Portman. So she's not exactly. Yeah, I guess I could see, honestly, how, like, Natalie Portman leading the movie maybe would be a little bit, you wouldn't want that, no. I don't think she was a very charming, Lady Thor. And, you know, even she herself, like, admits it. They make jokes about it, like, oh, she's not very funny. She doesn't know how to say the cool lines. And all she knows how to do is to, like, show up and be, like, in a fight. And it's like, okay, well, I like my superheroes to do more than just fight, is the problem. And, like, yeah, that's all that kind of happens in that movie. There's a bunch of stuff, there's a villain. I had to look up his name later on the internet because they didn't say it clearly enough. Apparently it was Gror. I heard, or Gar? He's like the God Killer. I heard the God Killer part, but I didn't hear the gore part. He was alright, but he was... I watched the Red Letter Media review of it after the half in the bag, and the way that they described it as like, oh, he was in the wrong movie. That sounds about right. Everyone was in the wrong movie. The tone was wrong. It all just was just a sloppy mess. A weird joke. I didn't think it worked very well. Also, I found like the Guardians of the Galaxy stuff in that to be a little bit weird, because I felt like coming out of Endgame, right? You sort of got the impression of like, oh, Thor is joining the Guardians of the Galaxy. Isn't that going to be fun? And then he joined them for exactly 10 minutes at the start of the next Thor movie, and then he's like, okay, peace later. It's like, what? That's it? That's all that was? Just like 5 minutes? I thought there was gonna be a whole movie where like they were a tag team, or like maybe he would be part of the next Guardians movie and there wouldn't be another Thor movie. But no. Also, there was a lot in that movie as far as like Thor. It kind of seems like he wants to fuck the hammer, and it's really weird the way that like Thor Ragnarok, right? It has a pretty good arc, a pretty good well-defined arc of like, what is Thor without the hammer? What is Thor without the hammer? Is Thor still Thor? And the conclusion Thor Ragnarok comes to is, yes, Thor is still Thor without the hammer. He can still do all the electrical shit. He's still kicks a lot of ass. Don't worry about it. And then, you know, Endgame happens, and that whole movie, Thor is obsessed with like, okay, well, actually I do need a new weapon. Let me get a really cool new weapon. He gets a really cool new axe, and he's like, damn, I'm Thor again. And it's kind of weird in that even, because it's like, wait, I thought we just decided that you were Thor with or without a weapon. And he's like, no, I gotta have a weapon. Okay, well, whatever. I guess throw out the conclusion of the last movie. you gotta have something to move towards, I guess. And this movie, it even throws out that when he's like, "Oh, I'm not satisfied with new weapon anymore. I need old weapon. I need old weapon." Because old weapon is back to life, and it's with another person, and it's sort of like an ex-girlfriend. And to the point where it's weird, where it's like, Thor, what's with the fucking all this, like, you're making your new weapon jealous? Like, what the fuck is that shit? Why is that in there? Why can't it just be that, like, oh, Thor has a weapon, Jane Foster has a weapon, and they're both cool about it? It has to be some weird metaphor for being jealous of an ex-girlfriend. Like, I don't see why any of that was necessary. I didn't think it was very good. Anyway, that's Love and Thunder. Kind of a mess. Also, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand what was happening at the end when Thor suddenly had a daughter. I guess it's the bad guy's daughter, and I guess her name was Love, which I think is weird. Like, when was that established? I guess in the comic books. A lot of Marvel movies, after you finish it, you have to go like, "Oh, that's pretty good, but what was with that one guy?" And you Google it, and you find out his name is like Thunder King or something. And you're like, "Oh, that was Thunder King." Okay, well, I guess that's why they didn't say, "Oh, I'm Thunder King, hello." He's just like, "Hey, I'm just an actor. I'm just an actor. Don't mind me. I don't have a weird name." I'm not gonna say it because it's weird and comic booky. And if I say it, y'all are gonna go like, "Oh, that's Thunder King. Where's your Thunder Dick?" You know, and that's gonna be a little bit distracting to the very serious story we need to tell. What is going on here? Are we supposed to avoid the things? Was something supposed to be there? Maybe because we went slow, the guy wasn't there. That's probably it. The swooper motherfucker needed to be there, and he wasn't. After this level, looks like will be the lightning round, so look forward to that. Lightning round is always a highlight of the stream, I would say. Let me do another card. Did you hear about Gimme Ghoul? Gimme Ghoul, brand new Pokemon. Y'all see this shit? Let me bring it up. I got a picture here. Look at that. It's a little ghoul who lives in a chest like a mimic, except he's just a funny little guy. He's a funny little guy. I like him a lot. Hopefully, I'm looking forward to catching one. That'll be fun. They also showed, I saw images of these guys, like pompadour birds. They look pretty cool. Some good Pokemon in this Pokemon game. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, taking a shower, that's right. That's exactly what Gimme Ghoul is doing. I think everyone had the same idea when they saw Gimme Ghoul, which is that Always Sunny bit where Charlie Day says, "Ghouls," and does like a goofy smile when he's talking about his interests. Don't put ghouls. I'm gonna put skiing. I don't really ski. I'm just quoting a scene from Always Sunny for y'all. Hope y'all remember the scene as well. It's a good one. That's like one of the scenes of Always Sunny that I am always willing to watch. Oh, look at that. Fuck! That was close. Also, I see now, we have to not deal with the guy. We have to get enough height off this thing to get up to here. And then everything times out. I thought you had to bounce off the guy. Off the boom boom. But you don't. Okay, shit. We're making good progress now that we we got that down. Anyway, give me ghoul. Give me ghoul. I like ghouls. There must be people now that if you go to like OkCupid or whatever, right? You go OkCupid, you'll see an interest like ghouls. Like that's gotta be like that's gotta be like a thing now. That like interest ghouls. I would say like if I was doing the joke, if I was just referencing that scene, I would do ghouls, but I wouldn't do dislikes people's knees. I don't think people even do dislikes anymore on like dating apps. Do people do dislikes anymore? I think that was more of like a Match.com thing. Saying what you dislike is weird. Alright, we're getting this down. We're to a new area. How many areas do you think there are? This is short and sweet, so probably like 2. We've gotten through the first one of these. Oh, we gotta pull back after the second jump. Pull back after the second jump. I don't know to what end yet, but we'll see. What? Oh, it's a bomb jump. It's a bomb jump. It's a bomb jump. It's a bomb ladder. I believe they're called bomb ladders. We gotta get onto that bomb like right fast. Okay. Our odds are not bad here. Our odds are not bad here. I feel like we're getting down to it. Not sure how much is in this portion. But not too much, I would think. You know, what comes out this week is a Ragnarok. I already pre-ordered it on PlayStation. Had to do an update when I turned on my PlayStation, as I usually do my PlayStation 5. But that took not too long. And after that was, you know, on to the races. Was on to the races and got that pre-ordered. That might be one of the first games I've actually paid $70 for. I don't remember. Were there like PlayStation 5 games at launch that were $70? Might have bought some of them if there were such games. Like maybe Ratchet and Clank was. Maybe that one was $70 and I've done it, but I don't really like that price point very much. I feel like 60 was plenty. Oh, is this is still, this is unlike this sub area is not in low gravity for Mario. This is in regular gravity for Mario. Here, I think I need to do a small jump the first time to reposition myself, and so that my big jump that's going to the right is there we go. That's what we need to do. Figuring it out one step at a time. Okay. Let's relax. Do it. After this will be the lightning round. Look forward to that. If y'all have been waiting through this level patiently, good news. After this will be the lightning round, where that's pretty close. Where for those who are new, those who don't know, during the lightning round, I only have 5 tries to beat the level. 5 tries for crushing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs. So, as a result, we'll have some People really start moving. Y'all are getting a little antsy. Maybe that'll help. I'll tell you that it's a really fun part of the stream. Adds a little bit of stakes to the whole proceeding. Yeah. Also, after that will be, I like to do a playthrough while I am, along with these streams, so I will do some GTA 5, which I haven't played in a while, because I've been playing Grab by the Ghoulies during the spooky month. But now that the spooky month is over, it's well time to return to GTA and try to, like, actually finish it, maybe. At some point, maybe I should just, like, call it and be like, okay, that's enough GTA. It is a very long game after all, but I don't know. I don't really like giving up on a game. Once I start it, I would rather we finish it and actually do it as a stream thing, rather than having it be just an incomplete playthrough. Oh, left at the top of the... Okay. I was guessing there which way we needed to go, but I guessed entirely wrong. Y'all will hang out for that. I think in GTA where we left off was soon after the part where Trevor gets back into town. Hey, Droop. We ended up at... Oh, look at this. New ground. What is that? Okay. 4 levels in the queue at the moment. "23 seconds until the final last tries, and then we will be going to the lightning round after this bit. Let's see if we can do it this try. Feels like we're not that far off. Not that far off from finishing, but there is some hard business. There we go. 5 last tries, let's do it. Let's do it to it. By the way, I will ask, for those who were around last Wednesday, what did y'all think of the viewer worlds? During that stream, during the anniversary stream, I did viewer worlds instead of viewer levels, wherein basically I set a 15-minute timer. What? Huh? Huh? How's that supposed to work? You gotta be fast? Well, I can see that. I don't understand, like, how that works, though. How'd y'all like Viewer Worlds? You said it was fun? Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, too. There's a P-switch? I don't remember seeing a P-switch, but... Oh, God! There is a P-switch. And I guess if you, like, dilly-dally at all... The wall is there. Well, shit. That's the last of the tries. You have to get there fast enough for the wall to be coins. Gotcha, okay. I totally missed that the P-switch had gone off just because of the lack of, you know, all the sound effects sort of obscured it. Anyway, thank you for the level. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it tonight. But let's go now into... I'm gonna hit, what's the word? Dismiss. Get your level out of the queue for now. There we go. Y'all. let me tell you what time it is right now. It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I only have 5 tries to beat each level. Each level that comes my way. Refreshing a checkpoint, and subs get bonus heads that are represented by these lovely bonus heads that include Mario stuff like Waluigi, Mario characters like Waluigi, as well as other ones that aren't from Mario, but those ones are, I will say, a little bit less frequent. Good use of the Thunder Rage. Is that I think that's the default Thunder emoji. You know, Droop Man, you should check. There are follower emotes that you have as part of the channel, like these ones right here, the Thunderbolts, that you can use at any time, so long as you're watching this channel. There they are for reference. The follower emotes, free to everyone, and the Thunderbolt in particular goes great with the lightning round. Anyway, like normal, if you haven't got, if you're not here, we'll do it in sudden death as before. But if you're here, it's just 5 tries, 7 for subs, and subs get an additional 2 heads that are completely random. And I will say, I'm meaning to get Sonic and Shadow heads in there, but I haven't found the chance to get that set up yet. So that'll be sometime in the future to be determined. Looks like. And by the way, I will say the first person in the queue during the lightning round gets a set of bonus heads just as a fun thing. So look at that. Poppy is Pop Kyle Go9's emote there. That's nice, Droop Man. Let me go ahead and hit next and see who is up next. It is Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, you know what to do. I'm gonna pull up the thing. Lord Bowser's levels, probably mostly traditional. Probably won't even need them, unless it happens to be a really hard one. You have had some levels, Lord Bowser, that do throw me. Do take a couple of tries, but I'm liking our odds. Lord Bowser says, yay. Continue on with the Super World then? Yes, let's do it. Yeah, World 6. We're starting World 6. Let's go. Let's do it. We're getting pretty close to the end, I guess. Huh. Isn't that exciting? Alright, we got some tilting platforms. We got some ghosts. Some... You're waiting for Mario at your castle. Ask Droopman. We got some ghosts, we got some dry bones, sort of a spooky thing. We have some parts where ground pounding does some stuff. By the way, I will say the other day I was looking at some levels from like the single player campaign. Y'all play that anytime recently? Because I'll say I remember, I think the levels from the single player, all really well done actually. There were some really goddamn well designed levels to sort of introduce ideas and introduce ways you can play with like all the parts and stuff. Honestly, that single player is probably underappreciated. That's pretty damn good. There's a level in there where you ground pound the semi-solids just like that, and it works really well in that. Just like this, you can play around with that in a variety of different ways. Ends up being nice and fun and light experience. I wonder if some point we should do like a replay of the single player. Well, probably not starting from scratch because I already have everything unlocked, but I could see doing that. Maybe that would be fun. As like a stream thing. When's the last time you saw the single player of Mario Maker? Probably 2019, right? Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. That was very well made. Let's go ahead and get those bonus heads down. Alright. Who is up next? Next up is Droopman. Droopman, go ahead. Oh, you already said. You've been talking during this whole thing. Droopman is good. Let me pull up a card anyhow. I watched Eternals. Yesterday, I was sort of in the mood of like, I'm gonna watch a movie. I'm gonna watch a movie and play through, hey Dexterity, and play through Minish Cap Randomizer idly. Just like in the same way I watched Thor and played through Metroid Fusion Randomizer. I figured like, I'll watch a movie and play through Minish Cap. And boy, Elemental sucks, huh? What a fucking terrible movie, holy shit. I was just watching it and just like aghast with how bad it was. It is indeed as terrible as people led me to believe it is. Here's the thing about Eternals that's really like threw me for a loop. It almost felt like an answer, you know, that and I guess the Inhumans thing, which didn't end up amounting to anything, just a TV show or something. These two things felt like things that, felt like things that Marvel was doing because they didn't have the X-Men before they had the X-Men again. So watching it, I'm just struck by like, oh, this could never be X-Men. This is not as good as X-Men is, holy shit. It's like, there is some guy who is like, has the laser eye beam power the Cyclops has. But instead of being Cyclops, he's just some guy. Eternals is just a whole movie of just some guys. It's like, oh, here's just some guy. This some guy is an Asian lady. This some guy is you know, is this or that. It's like none of these guys are characters. They're just like, you know, whatever fucking. They all just feel like tokens, right? Except they're all tokens, so it's weird. It's like, why? Okay, this feels just like a cheap advertising campaign where it's like, oh, casting, or it's just like, oh yeah, you can tell, like, oh yeah, we cast a bunch of various actors of various sorts. We put one of them in a wheelchair. Oh shit! Crap. It's just like, yeah, that's cool and good, and you know, inclusion is good, but what if they were characters though? I would like it better if they were characters and you liked them. As a result, this almost feels like, oh, you had your gay superhero now, shut up. And it's like, the guy without a personality? He's your gay superhero? Yeah, he's the gay superhero, now go away. That's what it feels like to me. Eternals. You gotta have characters. And also, it's funny, just like watching that movie, at the very end, I was like, wait a minute. I was looking at like one of the generic characters who I didn't know the name of throughout the whole movie. And I said, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. That guy looks a lot like Jon Snow. And I listened to him talk and it's like, oh wait, he doesn't sound like Jon Snow though. Then I posted to a Discord like, this guy looks like Jon Snow. And someone was like, oh yeah, that's Kit Harington. That's Jon Snow. And I was like, that's Jon Snow? He got in the Marvel movies but ended up as that guy? Oh man, that's so sad. That's so fucking sad. You get to be in Marvel, but you have to be some guy. And at the end, he's like, "Oh no, I'm like a vampire hunter or something. I'm gonna be Blade's friend. I'm like I'm like the Black Knight or something." And it's like, okay, you weren't very cool in this movie. You're just like weird boyfriend, but whatever. Anyway, it's terrible movie. Terrible movie. I was just like so confused watching it. And I just wanted to watch like a million takedowns of it. But also I was concerned like looking them up being like, well, okay, what if I don't want it from the right-wing perspective, right? I don't want the perspective to be like, oh, it has gay characters and black characters and like Asian. It's trying to represent too hard. Like, that's not my angle. My angle is more like, no man, these are tokens. This is all tokens. They're not characters. They're just like whatever. They almost feel like excuses, right? Like, oh, we got a gay character right here. Finally, it's this guy. He's just like, can you describe his personality? And be like, well, he doesn't want the world to be destroyed, I guess. Is that good enough? He likes to build things. I think that's about it for his personality. And it's like, okay, well, that's fucked. At least with most Marvel movies, and by the way, I will say I agree with the new Marvel movies are mostly trash. Yes, I would agree with that. There hasn't been a good one since, I would say, Spider-Man 2. I didn't like Spider-Man 3 as much, honestly. At least with other Marvel movies, you get to see a character and go, oh look, it's a character. I know that character. You get to do that, but in this case, it's just like, oh, it's some guy. It's some guy. Look, it's some guy. I guess if people knew the Black Knight, if people knew the Black Knight was a thing, they were like, oh, the boyfriend isn't just some guy, he's the Black Knight. But I was just like, well, they didn't say his name. I didn't know his name for the whole movie. And, you know, without his name, he's just some guy. Everyone in that movie is some guy. You want good or entertainment movies like Black Adam. Hopefully that's good. That would be nice if so. I don't know. At the end there was a scene where at the end of the credits it said like the Eternals will return. I just saw that and I was like, oh shit. You know? Sorry, I saw when I laughed it went really red. The couch mic did. I have the volume up a little higher than normal. Hopefully that didn't sound too bad. I saw that and I was just like, God, I hope they don't. You know what? I'll be fine if the Eternals return in some fucking TV show I'll never watch. I don't watch any of the Marvel TV shows, by the way, so I know nothing of Moon Knight or Lady Hulk or... What other shows are there? There's the Captain America's Friend. There's the Winter Soldier and Falcon show. There's WandaVision. I never liked Wanda in the first place, so a whole show about her and Vision, that sounds insufferable. I will say they are very good cards in Marvel Snap. Those two. I guess a good question for me would be like, what if they were to come up with a show that like appealed to you, what would it be that you would watch, that I would watch? What would it be? People don't like the She-Hulk? Well, I wouldn't watch any of those shows, so I wouldn't know. I don't know. I hear really good things about Andor. I hear really good things about Andor, so I guess if I'm not watching Andor, I feel like any Marvel show has like zero chance of actually getting me in the door. Is there a character that I would watch a show for? I think is a better question. I feel like any character that's good enough to like justify it would also be one that would just get a movie instead. Like, I might watch a Tony Stark show, but he's retired, so he's out. Let's see. I could see Ant-Man being fun. Okay, you know what? I'll say this. I would watch an Ant-Man show, but it has to be about heists. It has to be like the Ant-Man is like going on bank heists or something. He has to be like stealing stuff in every episode. Every episode has to be like a one-off heist. It has to be like Firefly, but with Ant-Man, basically. Does Ant-Man still do heists, or is he just good now? Maybe he doesn't do heists anymore. Come up with a character who does do heists, then maybe I would watch them. How's Moon Knight? I don't know anything about Moon Knight. He does sound like he does have a cool look though. Kind of looks like that Batman proxy hero from you know the comic book Watchmen. He kind of reminds me of like the bird guy from that, who is of course just like a Batman Ipsy. So I would imagine that Moon Knight is a bit like Batman. Ant-Man is getting a third movie next year. That's cool. I'll say like that's the most. I'm more excited than that than I am for like anything else I see on the docket. Too soon for a show? Maybe. I don't know. Like, here's the thing about shows. They make shows of just like new characters that aren't even getting movies. Like, they did a show about like the girl with the stretchy arms, right? Wait, is Squirrel Girl stretchy? Can Squirrel Girl stretch arms, or is that something else? That's Mr. Incredible. What is Squirrel Girl's powers? They made a show about... Wait, is this Squirrel Girl or is it Miss Marvel? Did they make a Squirrel Girl show? I would honestly have thought that it would be good to make like a... By the way, thank you for the level, GTAV. It was very nice, traditional as hell. Nice work. Let me hit next. Did they make a Squirrel Girl show? I think some of the shows that they make are like... You know, people have been asking for like, oh, there are some properties that would be better suited if they went like hard R, right? Like if they ever were to do like a, you know, what's his name? What's the name of the guy from the movies that he's like Deadpool? If they ever made a Deadpool movie, they should continue the thing of the previous movies where it's a hard R, and it's oh, I'm thinking of Miss Marvel. Right. What's wrong with Squirrel Girl? Y'all don't like Squirrel Girl? Thought people liked Squirrel Girl. Maybe it's a thing. I think with the Miss Marvel show, it's like a kid's show. It almost looks like when I see like thumbnails of it or whatever, right? Or like the promo art. It kind of looks like Carly 3000 or something. That's the vibes I get off it, which makes it look like, of the shows that they've done, that might be the least for me, actually. That said, you know, I would... They could do a girl show, or a Squirrel Girl movie. You know, and I would think, like, doing all these movies... Hugh is replying... That's right, they did announce Deadpool 3. Are they doing it as a hard R? Hopefully they're doing it as a hard R. I think it'd be weird if they didn't. If it was just now sanitized. Snow, if you could please confirm. I still got other cards, by the way. Eternals, very disappointing. I say disappointing, just very mediocre. Just aggressively so. And I will say, by the way, I think Eternals is easily the worst Marvel movie I've seen. And I think I've basically seen them all now. I don't think I've missed one. Or not seen one. I would rather rewatch Thor 2 than watch Eternals ever again. Here's the thing about Thor 2. At least it has characters that I like. I like Thor. I like to see Thor. Hey, Bingo. I like to see Thor. I don't like to see the characters in fucking Eternals. They're no one. They're just guys. See you later, GTAV. Alright. Snow, please go ahead and confirm. I'm going to pull up another card while I enter the thing. Shout out to If Books Could Kill podcast. Brand new podcast came on last week, apparently. Started up last week. Made by a guy I follow on Twitter who's like, I think he's the law boy. The law boy, sort of a law Twitter guy. And I saw a bunch of talk about the podcast. Basically, it's a podcast reviewing like airport books. Airport book novels, which honestly I don't really understand as a genre or as like a subdivision of books. But apparently those are just like really cheap, really like conspiracy theory laden books, and basically the podcast goes through them and makes fun of them. The first episode was about Freakonomics, which I had heard of the name of, but I didn't know it was actually a super racist book that like abuses stats in order to try to make the argument that like, oh, maybe black people are at fault for their own poverty, which is, and also other such conservative points like, oh, did you know that more people die in pools than by guns? So maybe you should be more. So maybe like not letting your kid go to a house with a gun in it is actually weirder than not letting them go to a house with a pool in it. And it's like, well, that's a ridiculous thing to say. They made good fun. They made a lot of fun of that because that was a ridiculous thing, and the book kind of apparently presents it as if it is a perfectly reasonable assertion to make. Just flagrant abuse of stats, and also stuff like there's a big portion that are just like making fun of black names, you know, like black child names, which is, by the way, the book is from before white child names became also goofy as hell, which did happen. You know, kid names right now, they're goofy as hell. But this was in there before then, saying like, oh, well, black names are funny, aren't they? And also like talking about a study, you know, that said like, there was a study that said like, oh, resumes with black names are less likely to get a callback than resumes with white names, which is true. And apparently Freakonomics tried to make the point that like, oh, is it possible that a black name just tells the interviewer that they think it's a poor person applying? Which is like, that's part of the problem though. What? It's like, no. It's not that they're racist and they think that the person's a black person. It's just that they think the person might be from a disadvantaged, you know, upbringing, you know, such as what black people are often from. It's like, okay, that's worse. That's not as good. You're not horrible book, and it was fun to listen to them like tear apart the logic behind the things. Anyway, if books can kill, there's one episode out so far. Seems like a pretty good podcast. I'm gonna continue listening to that one going forward. Shout out to them. Hopefully they do good. Oh, we're doing Precision Town again, huh? Well, we know one secret of it now, so you got out of the shower at the perfect time. I was about to say, I've been stalling for a minute, so a little sooner would have been even more perfect. And by the way, this is the lightning round. We only have 5 tries here, but we do know the secret of this section and this section. So we're in better shape than we were previously. What? Oh, God. What is this? Whoa. If we... Oh, my God. If we get past this on our first try of 5... Oh, we're gonna do it! Ow! Ow! Oh my God! I can't believe we did that on our first try! Holy fuck! Oh, I see. I probably clipped a good deal there. I should probably have, I'm gonna check how that sounded later. I should probably keep it, like, at like, -1 decibel, just to prevent stuff like that from clipping horribly. Or maybe I could set it up so that if I do go over, it'll... I saw some setups at some point where you could have it set up where, if the volume goes over a certain amount, it switches to another feed that's like at a lower volume. And you could use that to like cut out really loud noises. I'll have a look at that. Figure out if I can do that. Get that set up. First try indeed. Holy shit. Can't believe I did that. That took that we were doing that for 15 minutes earlier tonight. What the fuck? Completed. All right, let's get the next one up. Let me see, by the way. Dexterity, you're up next. Go ahead and say the thing. Love and Thunder is the worst Thor movie. You could watch the first two over that. I thought it was really dog shit, yeah. Really messy and incoherent. But I don't know if I would do worse. I feel like Thor 2. Thor 2. Thank you for the cool idea. I feel like Thor 2 has to be worse than Thor Love and Thunder. I will say, though, I thought they sort of, the whole God angle was really weird in that movie. Because the gods are not sympathetic, and it's kind of good that they're dying. You know, all the evidence in that movie is that the God Killer is absolutely right, and that gods should be killed because they kind of suck. It's strange. It's weird. It's unfocused. And also, like, when they got to the place with the gods, it's... First off, I thought it was weird because I kind of thought that the whole... the gods being gods thing was just sort of overblown. You know, I thought it was like, oh, they're not actually gods. They're just sort of like weird, really strong beings from another plane of existence. And, you know, they're called Thor and stuff, but they're not, like, literally angels. They're just, like, really strong space aliens. So it was really weird to get into this and be like, oh yeah, Zeus also exists. There are other gods. There's, like, a whole community of them. We're really gods. And also, apparently by wielding Thor's hammer, you can become a god? How does that work? And also, Thor can just give out his god powers by, like, magically zapping a bunch of kids? That was not good. Look at that, you got new levels. Hot Paradise. And Volcano Manor. Is that the one? Wait, did we... No, that's a different one. I'm thinking of a different level. Let me look at the more info for this one. We gotta deal with the sun, huh? Whoops. Put that back in. Anyway, I do have a couple more cards. Look at cute cat pics. Look at these two pictures I took of my dad's cats. Look at that. Look at her. She has a little cross-eyed going. Took that from above. She's just looking at me. Oh, what a good girl. Such a funny little look on her face. That turned out really good. My new phone, iPhone 14, really good camera. Takes pics just about that good every time. I also got this pic of Will. He's a little guy, and whenever we are outside now, he is just like jumping up on the window, on the door, and just sort of like pawing like this, making a whole lot of noise and trying to convince people to let him out. Which he's an indoor cat, so that's not going to happen. But managed to get this really good pic of him with both paws up while he was stopped for a second, which you know, allowed it to not be blurry, not too blurry. Will is your in real life name? Well, it's also the name of this cat. This one's name is Penny. Apparently, they're named after some TV show. Will, Penny. Cute cats. Alright, let's find one that we like. I feel like we have to do one of these two because we haven't tried them yet. I'm a little nervous. This one's shorter and has more in the way of clears. Let's go with this one. 5 tries on the board. Lightning round. Let's go. I think we're just about done with the cards. There's only a couple more left. What does that mean? This guy right here.
Oh no!
Oh, that's 2 tries, by the way. Shit. 1 and 2. I think maybe I have to, like, pass it. And, like, jump off it as it's coming down. Maybe by spin jumping.
Oh no!
Huh. Well, that's gone extremely fast. Ground pound cat cancel. Okay. Where's the door lead, by the way? Probably like if you want to try out a later part of the level. Let's try out some of the later parts of the level. Okay. Well, we tried out later parts of the level. I can see why it's so hard. Well, such is the lightning round. Thank you for the level. You know, like I always say, you can always... Just me failing a level does not mean it's the end. I could absolutely play that again some other time. Hello, King Dragon. Dragoon. How you doing? Yes, that's right, I died. That is what happened. Lord Bowser, you're up again. You're good, King Dragoon. Nice. King Bowser, you're up again. Let me get a little quick drink of water. Ah. By the way, how is the mic sound when I laughed real hard? Did it sound real nasty? Was it like blown out or whatever? Maybe I should take it down just to prevent such things. Sounded fine to you? Okay. I do worry about that sort of stuff, especially, you know, this stream having the... I used to have the mics at -1. Now I have them at just maximum volume. And they do hit the red a bit, but I think it might be fine. I think maybe, like, if you want to... It's good to have, like, louder volume, I think, for folks. So they don't have to turn their TVs up too loud. I think a lot of people do have very loud volumes on their streams. Do you have a limiter? I should probably have a limiter. I think that's probably what I need to do. A little bit of limiting. Limiter is a good thing, right? Palm Fire TL. Hey, how you doing? Refresh my life for Lord Bowser. Is your queue still open? It is. And by the way, you can always tell if it's still open by looking at the lower right. You can see there next to the number of levels in the queue. There's queue is open right next to that. TL. Today you learned, actually. Oh, TL is the name. Palm Fire TLI. Gotcha. It sets a max volume for your mix. Any louder and it'll be auto-quieted. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. It'd also be a good idea for, like, the gameplay feed and, like, the PC game. All my, like, sound that's coming from the game or from the computer, it'd be good to have a limiter for that as well. Just so that, you know, I'm not drowned out at any point. That'd be a smart move in the future. I should look into that sometime soon. Maybe by next stream I'll have that set up. I definitely want to make it so that this volume is consistently good, and you can always very clearly hear me over the game music, but also the game music will be, you know, clearly audible as well. You know, I want it to be loud enough where you can just listen to the music if you so please. Corn, says Groupman. Lord Bowser says, lol. Alright, Lord Bowser, thank you for confirming. I still got a couple more cards. Did you hear about new Marvel Snap season? Apparently, I think that might have started like a half hour ago. There's a new season of Marvel Snap, new season pass, new everything. Apparently, there's one new card that's part of that. Thank you for the follow, King Dragoon. Yeah, your level was after Dex, actually, Bowser. Your level's after Dex. You're up. You're up, Bowser. Anyway, there's a new card as part of the new season of Marvel Snap that you get if you pay for the premium battle pass, which I will say I plan to do. I plan to do after that stream. After this stream, I'm gonna pick it up. But the new card is, what did I do wrong? New card is Black Panther, and it's a 5-cost card that has 4 power. And the effect reads, on reveal, double its attack, double its power, basically. And basically, what you want to do with that is combo cards that, like, you know, increase the power of cards in your hand, which is a thing they do in Marvel Snap. By the way, Marvel Snap is a card game, CGG, made by ex-Hearthstone people, and it's sort of like What If Gwent Was Good, basically. Anyway, this new card that they introduce, the Wakandan dude, Black Panther, combos well with some of the other guys from Wakanda. So for instance, there is one card that's like a Wakandan guy, Wakandan girl, who gives 2 power to the 2 leftmost cards in your hand. So if you get that on Black Panther, you know, you're doubling, you double that in addition, so you're getting more bonus. You know, there's also a card that's a Wakandan lady who, like, gives +1 to every card in your deck. That's another card that works really well with Black Panther. And I think it's really interesting how, like, that's how they sort of do the synergies between, like, different superhero teams. It's just like, oh, there's no, like, special synergy with them. It's not like, oh, it's not like Murlocs, right? It's just like, no, there's just some funny connections between them as far as, like, they synergize well together or are similar sorts of cards. Like a bunch of the Guardians of the Galaxy have effects to the extent of, like, Rocket Raccoon is a 1-cost that if you play if you play Rocket Raccoon in a location that your enemy also plays a card into. By the way, whenever Rocket Raccoon comes up, I like to sing to myself the song Rocky Raccoon. I call him Rocket Raccoon. You know, like in the song. Anyway, if you play it in the same location as the enemy plays a card in, if the enemy plays a card in that location, it gets like a power boost. So basically you want to, like, predict your enemy with like Rocket Raccoon. Also, Groot works the same way, except he's a 3-drop. And Peter Quill works the same way, except he's a 2-drop. So there's a little funny, like, pattern there as far as, like, oh yeah, all these characters, they're from the same team and they kind of have the same effect, but at different powers. And the Wakandan guys are just the same way, in that, like, they have all sorts of fun synergy with each other, which is smart as hell, man. How they're doing that. Makes it so that there's, like, some amount of, like, patterns you can learn as far as, like, oh yeah, these guys are a team, so they work together well. Simple. Anyway, I'm looking forward to picking that up. Getting it on a new battle pass, whatever. I don't know if I'm going to, like, play... I don't know if I'm gonna, like, pick up the battle pass in perpetuity, but so long as I'm, like, really into Marvel Snap and playing it regularly, doing my dailies, I'll absolutely do the thing. How long do you do each level, says King Dragoon? That's a good question, King Dragoon. Right now we are in the lightning round. And in the lightning round, I only have 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. And that's how long we spend on each level. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. And 7 for subs, basically. I will say, before the lightning round, if you get in on a stream before the lightning round starts, it's 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. And that is all, of course, contingent on y'all being present when your level comes up. If you're not present, I do it in sudden death, which is only 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. Hope that answers your question. You can also look down at the information tabs information panels below the stream. There's a section in there about like Mario, about you know, about like the Mario rules. Your level will be interesting. I will say we did beat a really hard level in one try earlier in sudden death, and it was, or sorry, in the lightning round, and it was extremely kick-ass as a result. Sometimes hard levels can be fun in the lightning round. Thank you, Lord Bowser. Let me go ahead and hit next and see who's up next. Droop. Droop Man just said list. Droop Man is here. Some point soon we ought to close up the queue and move on to and wrap up the Mario Maker. In 4 tries, I know that, but it depends on how you enforce those checkpoint rules. Repeating checkpoints. If you're talking like a repeating checkpoint, basically every time we get through a segment and get back to the repeating checkpoint, I will refresh the lives. Typically, I will not cheese it, so if by like doing a thing, by the way, good night, Lord Bowser. I won't cheese it by like redoing an earlier section to refresh my lives. But, you know, if we are able to keep on making progress and keep on clearing them, we should be able to get through. We'll see. W-I-G. You'll see? Okay, that is correct. We will see. 5 tries on the board. Your level won't be hard, but it will not have any checkpoints. That's fine. I can get through a not hard level in 5 tries. I will say about the lightning round is we have a good win rate as far as traditional levels go. Most of those we can get through pretty cleanly. I do think it's interesting whenever I run into a traditional level that is on the hard side, though. I will say, I don't mean that to discourage hard traditional levels. I think, oh shit. Okay, we got a squirrel suit. That allowed us to not die there, which is good. I think I only got 1 more card left. I think I only got like 1 or 2 more cards left. Oh wait, you know what? I think it's 2. We got 2. What? Kind of a weird dead end there, but okay. It's okay to go difficult, but it has to be fair. Yeah, that sounds about right. You always want to feel like, you know, the mark of quality in a difficult level is that when you die, you know it's your fault, right? You don't want it to be like, oh, I died and it's this fucking level's fault. That's not a good feeling. You want death to feel like your own doing, like, oh, damn it, I know what I did wrong there. Not to say that like dying and being your fault is a good feeling, but you know, it is at the very least. At the very least, it's like, okay, you're begrudgingly acceptant of it, I guess. You don't know about your level? We'll see and find out. Oh, you're supposed to fly there. Okay. Didn't realize that was an opportunity for squirrel time. Is the lava gonna stop? Okay. Well, what's that? A little bonus area? Okay. Ah, I was looking for like a power-up, and there was a hidden one. Nice boss. Think we need to kill all these guys? Nah, just the big one. Beautiful. Probably the end. Yep. Thank you for the level, Droop Man. I appreciate it.
Mario's number 1.
We go ahead and hit complete. Wonder who is up next. And by the way, let's say queue closes. Hey, Found Uniba, how's it going? Let's say the queue closes at 11 p.m. That is 18 minutes from now. Let's do that. That sounds like a plan. Sugar, 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 says Bingo. That's right, Bingo. Sugar indeed. And look at that, Bingo's level is up next. Might be a maker code. That's right, it is a maker code. I got a couple more cards. I'll do this one. Did you see all those fucking political emails? Man, they are sending so many fucking political emails right now. Oh my god, they're just begging for money. God damn them. And they sent... I don't know if y'all are seeing this. They're just like jamming up my inbox to like a ridiculous degree. I don't get that many emails, but most of the emails I'm getting right now, like, I got home on Saturday and there were like 50 emails in my inbox. 50 emails for me to just go like, okay, red, 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 red. And there were some ridiculous ones in there. Like, the one that really got me is there was one that said like, your January 6th exit interview, which was a reference to January 6th, like the incursion, but the word exit interview, that's not what that means. That doesn't mean... Wait, I've already finished this, right? Yeah. It'd be a new game if I did that. That doesn't mean a survey about January 6th. That means you got fired, and this is an interview to, like, tell you, like, how it went. Right? So, I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? They're out there, the Democrats, sending out emails, trying to trick people into thinking they got fired. And I gotta say, why? Why are they doing that? If this is easy, I don't know what is. Thank you for the level, Found Uniba. Honestly, it just fucking pisses me off to see this shit. To see them, like, jam up my inbox with this garbage. You know, they're no better than scammers out there begging for money and just, like, being so fucking annoying about it. Oh my god. You might as well be a scam artist. You might as well be a prince. And honestly, I gotta say, I think this shit is not just... This shit is entirely counterproductive, right? You know what I mean? I gotta say, I think it is a a horrible idea to annoy your constituents, your voters, right? By hitting them up for money every fucking day and being like, oh no, we're losing the election because we're terrible. Please give us $10. Maybe you should be better then. I don't fucking know. Man, my rent's gone up. And my money's worth less. What the fuck? Do something about it then. No. Insufferable. I gotta say, like, we talked before about, like, how... We talked before, like, how... I saw an article recently about how services like Twitter, right? It can seem like they just fall apart right away, out of, like nothing, right? But, like, they just lose trust all at once. But, the thing is, in a lot of cases, companies like that have a history, a habit, of annoying their customer bases for years and years and years and years. And then when the check comes due and everyone says, oh my god, fuck these people, it can seem like it's out of nowhere, right? Like, there was basically a Twitter thread talking about, like, talking to an executive, talking about, like, oh, why did everyone just leave us all of a sudden? And the person asked, the advisor asked, like, oh, did you raise prices this year? And they said, yeah, just a little bit, though. Did you raise prices last year? Yeah, just a little bit, though. How about the year before? Yeah, just a little bit, though. It's like, okay, everyone's been fucking... This was the last straw, right? everyone's been increasingly annoyed at you for doing terrible, terrible things. And yeah, whatever you did recently, that was the last straw, and they're done. Everyone's done. And that's kind of how it is for Twitter, right? Where, like, Twitter has been terrible for a while, you know, and they've been doing stuff like having an option for a linear timeline, right? But automatically turning it off for you. And I gotta say, like, looking at the collapse of Twitter in front of me, I have to wonder, like, what the fuck were they thinking? Is it a good idea to annoy your user base year in, year out? Like, you gotta realize, you gotta admit that someday that check was gonna come due. What did you expect was gonna happen? You were just gonna fucking piss on their heads for 10 years? And just, yeah, they'll be fine with it. They're always fine with it. You chickened out? You got another idea? King Dragoon? Gotcha. Oh. Was that a checkpoint, by the way? I think we just got a checkpoint. Yes, okay, so that refreshes our things. That one doesn't count, by the way. I was messing with the lives there. Okay. Oh, we gotta land on the bone, the raft after. I will say, just because, me not being able to do a level doesn't mean it's gone forever. I could eventually still do it. You know, this one is, for instance, a level that I have played before. I could even do it tonight, even, if you so please. The old level was a sky tree where you had to do it multiple times and find secret pipes to reach the end. Looper secret gives a checkpoint. Oh, wow. That sounds like a hard one to do live. Yeah, in 5 tries. We fucked up a couple times. This might be... crap. Well, shit. Thank you for the level. We'll beat that at some point. It doesn't seem that hard. I think it's very doable. I just have to fucking get it down clean. The checkpoint was nice. I like the positioning of the checkpoint, the placement of the checkpoint. I'm sure it'll come in handy sooner rather than later. Okay, let's see what time it is. 10:50. Again, 10 minutes until we close the queue. And basically, when that time comes, I will vamp for a bit and, you know, talk about shit while I give you all time to get in any last levels. So I'm going to, right now, continue trucking through these levels. King Dragoon, your level is up. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and see the level you put in. I have one more card left, by the way, so I'm going to save that for when I close the queue. With these cards, I always, you know, going into the stream, I have to judge, like, how much downtime I think we're going to have. And also how many ideas for cards that I have as far as, like, things I want to talk about. You know what? I will say something I watched today. I watched a documentary, a YouTube video. Is this the wrong one? Gotcha, okay. What level is it then that you wanted to give? Let me know what level you wanted to give, and when it comes time, I'll hit next. I won't hit complete because it's also a donut one. A donut one? Donut. What's its name? Donut Panic, is it? Do not panic. Donuts will panic for you. 20% clear rate. Okay, sounds pretty doable. Let's go ahead and do it. I watched a video from Don't Clip about the creation of Neon White. I love that game. Neon White. What's the deal here? Oh wow, it respawns. Huh. Neon White, fantastic game. really would love to play. It's been a while since I played it, honestly, because I don't necessarily replay games all the time. I wouldn't mind playing that again at some point. This is neat, how you've done this. It looks like every time I'm gonna stand on a thing, and that's gonna activate like a lift. That's a really neat gimmick, and I've never seen anyone do it before. Really original and creative. And, you know, it's pretty intuitive too, even though, like, I don't think if you told anyone about this, they would know it was a thing beforehand. It doesn't take long into the level where you're like, oh yeah, I see how this works. It's pretty much just right off the gate. Most natural thing in the world. Okay. We like climb off the sides here. Yes, that's it exactly. There's a checkpoint, lovely. Okay. This is an interesting way to do a boss. I see what you've done here. The way we kill this boss is by going around in a loop and doing this thing repeatedly, while also avoiding the things. You know, early in the days of Mario Maker, like in the first game especially, the only way people did boss fights was having it so that they're respawning weapons. You know, respawning power-ups. I think it's neat that in this game, with the boss fights that just require 3 hits being more the norm, you have people have gone away from that and just trust the player in order to get through it on just regular stuff. I guess it's also true that, like, Bowser, just as a boss, you really need a fire flower or something in particular to kill him with. You can't kill him as normal Mario. Not really, so, you know, it would make sense for Bowser, but for bosses introduced later, like, was Bowser Jr. at launch with Mario Maker? I think actually Bowser Jr. might have been in one of the earlier patches. Thank you for the level. Yep, really great level from beginning to end. I would agree with that. Unique and unique gimmick. Very intuitive. Bowser Jr. was at launch, I'm pretty sure. That makes sense. Was Boom Boom in the first game? I know that Dexterity's up next. Gotcha, Dexterity. We'll do our best. Tell you what, let's pick out a level that's like that I haven't finished, but is like of a decent clear rate, because you know these levels, they're pretty hard. Boom Boom was not. Right. I'm wondering if Boom Boom was in the first game or not, though. Honestly, can't remember. You think Boom Boom was in Mario Maker 1? I'm tempted to just grab my Wii U gamepad, turn it on, and go check. But actually, it does take a while for that game to turn on. It had a much slower launch than, you know, modern Mario Maker 2 does. Let's find like a one that we haven't finished that has a pretty solid clear rate. 0? Oh, 1. Okay. Let's see. Let's look. That one? This one is 4 trials in the Cursed TV world, and I don't think I finished it, yeah. Into the TV world 2, that has a 7-3. I've cleared some of these. Not on stream, I don't think. I don't think we've done any of these on stream. A lot of these I played back when I was doing like Reddit level sharing, basically. And Dexterity, as a result, has played a lot of my levels as well. Let's see. Have I not finished this one? let's do this first into the first Kiwi world. I think this is like a with how you did like 3 of these TV world levels. Feel like this is kind of a signature level. Why the heck do you still have world record in this level? Wait, was that this level? Hang on. No, that's Forgato. Which level did he have a world record in? Oh, that's you. Yeah, shit. Look at that. That is you, Uniba. That's right. Wow. Congratulations. Well, there's only, let's see how many people cleared it. 113 people cleared it. Well, actually, okay. It's this one too. Look at that. Yeah. I guess you're behind a little bit. Into the TV world too. What about Cursed TV world? Nope, not that one. I bet it's just that one. There might be more. Congratulations on having that one, but we're gonna start with the first one. We're gonna avoid Phanto at all costs. We have 5 tries to do it. By the way, it is 10:58, so after this level, we will look to close down the thing. By the way, I will say I really like this little theming. Does really look like a TV and sets the mood well. Some goofy like setup here. Okay, so we're avoiding the Phanto. I remember this, yes. We just gotta avoid the Phanto as he goes back and forth. And eventually, something will destroy this wall for us. Oh, and if we take a hit, we can't dig. So yeah, that's that done. I guess there are versions of this, I think, later ones perhaps, that are like red coin levels, right? Right, Dexterity? This one, I think, though, is just a linear series of challenge rooms, if I'm not mistaken. So you have to get through them in one go. Is that right, Dexterity? If it is a red coin checkpoint thing, that would refresh our lives every time, which would be real handy. I think, though, this one is just a straight shot. Yeah, straight shot. This is interesting, this one in particular, because it's not like a weird challenge, it's just like very traditional ass platforming, except scary because Phanto's coming after you. Oh, I remember this one. Little platform car. Kinda looks like a car, don't it? I think that's really neat. And yeah, dealing with multiple problems at once is scary. Dealing with the Phanto and also the spike balls from above. It is convenient and nice that they happen to not be present at the same time. Can Phanto... Oh, that's the second big sequence. Look at that, checkpoint, shit. That refreshes our lives. I think we're doing pretty well, huh? Alright, let's continue on trucking. What is this? Oh, go one way and then the other way. Got it. Figured out what it means. The arrows. Jet! Yeah, we're boned. That is one of our lives down. The arrows, Mason. What do they mean? Mason? Who in this context is Mason? I feel like Mason I feel like I've heard the name. Is it like a Call of Duty thing? I think there might be a Mason Call of Duty, but there's probably also a TV show or something. It's a Call of Duty thing? I knew it. I fucking said, I said Call of Duty. If you told me it was like Twin Peaks, I would also believe you. That would be my second guess, would have been Twin Peaks or something. Fuck! That bastard. He fucking slowed down to be like, you're not getting past me. It's like Advanced Warfare or something. Gotcha. People are saying that new game is quite uncomfortable. They're not very comfortable with it. Apparently, like, everyone is... Fuck! Not as comfortable killing foreigners anymore as perhaps they once were, is the impression I get. Everyone's just a little grossed out by it, and, you know, stuff like, there was a thing in that game where you, like, pointed your gun at civilians to de-escalate them. That's pretty fucked up. Why would you do it like that? I ask you. Oh, God. Shut. He's being tortured for answers about numbers. Gotcha. Well, unfortunately, we were unable to get through it, but we did get to the first checkpoint, which is not bad. Not bad. I feel like if we had like a full 15 minutes, we could absolutely get through that. By the way. Alright, folks. I'm gonna hit dismiss real fast. Hit dismiss, and let me say, I am now about to close the queue. Y'all want to get in any last minute additions? Any last minute levels? Now's the time. Dexterity, if you want to get in your code in again, I'll absolutely play another level of yours. And we'll see about that. In the meantime, I'm going to bring up one more card and talk about what's on it. I started rewatching the quintessential quintuplets over the weekend. That's just a really good sort of harem-y rom-com. And I'll say, like, one of the things I think is spectacular about quintuplets is the framing of it. Which is to say, like, when you're watching a harem anime, there's two ways to take it, and typically anime takes, like, the horny route. There's, like, the horny route of, like, oh, this guy could fuck any of these women, any of these 5 women. Or there's the second way to take it, which is like, which one of the 5 does he end up with? And quintessential quintuplets is pretty unique in that, like, oh, it starts with a framing device of like a flash forward to the future. Basically, it starts off at a wedding, as if to say, like, look, the boy is going to get married to one of these girls. It is clear. That is the thing. This is not. He's not gonna, like, get with all of them. That's not it. That's not it at all. This is basically like anime How I Met Your Mother. The drama is which one is it gonna be? Because, you know, as you can tell by the name, they're quintuplets. So even if we show you the character in the future, she has her hair done in a different way. She's wearing different clothes. You don't know which one it is. Could it be any of them? Could be any of them by that point. You wouldn't know. And that's part of the drama. You know, just like that framing. And also, it's just a very, very legitimately great show. You know, you're watching it. It's fun. Basically, there's 5 quintuplets, and they've hired this guy as a tutor because they're all failing everything. And, you know, he's basically trying to get through to them and teach them about, you know, their studies or whatever. By the way, he is their peer. Same year and all, it's not like a weird thing. It's normal and fine that they end up, one of them, they end up hitting it off. I'll say they basically all will end up hitting it off, but, you know that one of them will end up married to the guy from the start, which does make it a little less horny, which I think is nice. It's a nice touch. Anyway, I know that I'm planning now, of course, to rewatch the first 2 seasons, and I do know there is a movie. There's a movie, but I don't know if it's out. I don't know if it's coming to America soon. I don't know when I'll be able to see it, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing it because I'm pretty sure that's like the ultimate conclusion. You know, finding out like who eventually he does end up with, how that ends up going, and all that business. Really looking forward to that. Quintessential Quintuplets. Fantastic show. I think season 2 was even better than season 1. And I'm hoping the movie will be the best of the bunch. I'll vamp for just a minute longer. Again, last call for submissions. Last call. Y'all want to get any last levels in? Now is the time. Let me bring up... I'll bring up the Randomizer Roulette and talk about that for a minute. That now has a date, November 20th. It's going to go from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That is a Sunday, and it is the Sunday before Thanksgiving, so hopefully people will be able to come by and check it out. It's basically going to be 4 randomizers, and every 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to randomly switch between them. And, I'm going to have the trackers for each of them, and I'm going to be able to switch to those between those manually whenever it automatically switches just the game itself. And that's going to be pretty sick. Paper Mario Randomizer, wherein I have to get 3-star spirits. DK64 Randomizer with 40 golden bananas and loading zones randomized. Metroid Fusion Randomizer, wherein I have to finish the game. And Minish Cap, 2 elements. Now, each of these either takes around somewhere between 2 and 4 hours to complete on average, like individually. So I think together, all 4 of them should take around 12 hours. And I will say, if we don't end up finishing it before the 12 hours is up, we will go a little long. If we ended up finishing it early, we will continue out to the 12-hour mark because this will be for Extra Life, and there will be incentives for donations as such. Anyway, that's all coming up. Look for it, November 20th, Sunday, about 2 weeks from now, a little under. So 2 N64 games and 2 GBA games. Yeah, that was I definitely. Yep, those are the 4 I ended up with. I initially was looking at a couple others like Ocarina of Time Randomizer, and I looked at a Chrono Trigger Randomizer, which would have been SNES, but ended up not liking those as much as the other 4 that were on the table, and ended up going with just these 4. Maybe next year, if we were to continue, if I were to continue playing new randomizers, it would be a completely different set, right? Like maybe by next year I'll have a couple more randomizers that I'm way into. Maybe I'll get down with Ocarina of Time and get the hang of it. I will say for Ocarina, this seems pretty good. Are you gonna switch between controllers or just use the same one? It's the same one, yeah. I will say like the switching is automatically is fully automated. And I have seen streams, like some streamers have done like streams where it's a even faster interval. Like in some streams, you'll see like people switching between games every 30 seconds, basically, or every 30 seconds to 1 minute. And this is a little longer between switches because we do need some time to like switch all the trackers and also like get our bearings and go like, okay, well, where are we going right now? But it's all automated. It's all happening like it'll surprise me every time it happens, probably, whenever the switchover actually happens, and which one it switches to is going to be random as well. Look forward to that, and yeah, Extra Life, going to be doing it as part of Team MinMax, and I've already seen some good reception to that. People have been people have been reacting to that post in the MinMax Extra Life Discord, basically like going over the plan and stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. I think it could go very, very well. I think it could go very, very well. There are a lot of folks that are... I think there are a lot of folks that are going to be interested in watching this, just because, 1, it's a cool concept, 2, it involves a lot of randomizers, each of which has their own draw, And 3, it's part of Extra Life, and people from Min-Max probably will be coming by and checking it out and supporting and shit. And, put all that together, we might be, like, easier to find than ever before, and more likely to be recommended by the algorithm. I hear that recommendations are only if you're above 10 viewers, which, hey, we do get above 10 viewers sometimes during viewer levels, but I would love it if we could do that for, like, a lot of the Randomizer Roulette. I mean, we'll see. Maybe, like, more like 7 is optimistic, but as far as, like, average viewership overall. But I kind of think this idea, the Randomizer Roulette, is so kick-ass. I think it could be surprisingly big. I guess it's not surprising if I think it's gonna be big. I think it could, like, be maybe, like, the most kick-ass stream we've ever done here on the channel. And also, it's for Extra Life, so it's for a good cause. The children and all. Alright. That's enough vamping. Time to close the queue in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds. One more thing before closing the queue, and that is the schedule. I'm going to bring up the schedule for those who don't know it, for those who want to be back the next time we do viewer levels, or people who are just interested in random streams. This week, we're back to a regular schedule after last week's anniversary schedule. Anniversary stream sort of mix up the schedule. On Thursday, we'll be doing a treasure hunting Thursday, which is sort of a themed Thursday. I'm going to be playing Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4, 2 games that are about treasure hunting. I don't know how long to beat each of them is, but I want to sort of balance them so that I finish them both around the same time. We'll see how that goes on Thursday, but I'm looking forward to that. Uncharted 2 has a really good story, and Wario Land 4 is just a very fun puzzle platformer. I might say it's my favorite puzzle platformer. And then, of course, if you're looking for viewer levels, this Friday, as always, as usual, not last Friday, but like as usual, on Fridays we'll be doing viewer levels, and we'll be doing just viewer levels on Fridays. That's it, and they're an earlier time, 6 p.m. Central. Now, I will say, for those outside of the U.S. or outside of regular time zones, for those who are not familiar with U.S. and daylight savings time, we are now on daylight savings time, so 6 p.m. Central might be a little different from what it was beforehand, but trust me, when I go live, it will be 6 p.m. Central. That's all you need to know. And of course, if you want notifications for any of these streams, you can go in the Discord, !Discord, and, opt into notifications and stuff for that. Alright, let's get the queue closed. Thank y'all for getting your levels in. I'm going to go ahead and close the queue, and we're going to finish up the levels that are, that are in there. Go ahead and big up the queue. Big up the queue real fast, and let me hit next. We got 4 more levels, folks. The first one is from Palm Fire TLI. Palm Fire, go ahead and confirm you're still here, and I'll play your level. I'll do it if you don't confirm you're here, but I'll get fewer tries, so keep that in mind. Confirmed. Alright. Also, by the way, again, I'll say we're currently going for a sub goal, and whenever that sub goal is met, an additional stream will be scheduled wherein I finish up Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, do the last story, and then I do a watch party of Sonic 2, and that'll be at a reasonable time and in the evening, not too late, and also I'll play Mario Party 1 and 2 at the same time. This was for a small contest in a Discord server. Interesting. Let's see how you did. A fairly standard castle level. Alright, let's go. 2% clear rate, so it'll be a little tough to get through, but let's give it our best, folks. I have to defeat 1 Bowser. What was the contest for? Fuck. What was the context for? Was it for like levels wherein you have to beat Bowser or something? Levels with a Bowser boss fight? That is a type of boss fight you don't see all that often just because Bowser is a little more demanding. The only requirement for entry was that you had to have a clear condition to defeat Bowser or clear in a Koopa car. Gotcha. That is, like I said earlier. Like I said earlier, you know, now that people don't have Bowser as their main boss anymore, you see a lot less of Bowser these days, and yeah, it's interesting to see a boss evolving it. Bowser was the more popular option than the Koopa car. I guess the thing about the Koopa car is that Koopa car stages are best when they're vertical, and you can't exactly have that be a clear condition. You can't exactly like have the little be a vertical Koopa car stage and then have the clear condition be that, because yeah, like how do you make that interesting, right? The Koopa car part. I guess you need to go down, don't we? I guess the way you could do it for the Koopa car solution would be to make it so that you basically start at the end and then you have to go all the way to the left to get the Koopa car, right? And then you return like through some shortcuts and you know, end in the Koopa car. Someone did that. There were only 3 car levels and all of them were bad. Fuck!
Oh no!
Damn, I nearly got it on the first try too. Someone did exactly what I was describing. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but, you know, car levels are best when they're vertical, so you would have to do like a horizontal one, and that's kind of awkward. Kind of not as suited for that. Yeah, that's a tough challenge. I have done levels where basically that was the case, right? Where you would have to get a clown car from later in the level and then return to the start, but it's quite different. That was the best one of the 3. Gotcha. How'd you do? If you don't want to say, that's fine too. This is pretty cool. I think it's nice that you give out a block. I should have waited. Whatever. You ended up winning? Congratulations. How many people were in the thing? Oh! Oh! I was thinking a clown car. Koopa. You're talking the car 3D world. Oh, okay, shit. Yeah, that sucks. The car is just a complete non-starter. You know, I wanted to kind of use it in my super world. I ended up kind of doing it as a cop-out. You know what? After this level, I'll show you what I mean by that. What? I have to go get a POW block now. Kind of weird that you have to, like, go get a POW block to go through, but okay. Eh. Okay, so there's another boss fight or something with like Bowser again. Oh yeah, that's Bowser again. I already killed Bowser, so what? Okay, yeah, this is a cool progression. Pretty cool progression right here. Having to, like, go around in a big circle. And, like, hit Bowser with these things, repeatedly. That's a pretty cool way to do it. Our judge... Yes, the judge by judges. What am I doing wrong here? I feel like... There we go. Okay. Okay, I think we're just about... feel like we're on the verge of finishing here. Got a mushroom there waiting for us, so that's nice. Okay. How many more cycles do you have to do to kill him? Well, I guess he's Big Bowser. I think that might be like 5 bombs. We're like on our third lap, so this one might be it. This one might be it right here. Okay. Yep, there we go. 7 bombs? Gotcha. It's 4 hits. Okay. You might spin it up a bit by, like, pre-bombing him a bit. That's always a smart thing you can do if you have a Bowser fight. If you can, you know, set him up so that you bomb him before he even, like, before he even starts. That will, set things up well. Very nice. Very nice level. Very solid boss fights. Not that hard at all. 2.52 seems a bit low. I think that was... You didn't pre-bomb him? Is there anything that does extra damage to him? Oh, you hit him with 2 bombs each time. Gotcha, okay. Gotcha. I only saw 1 bomb, but maybe you mean like laps, basically. Let me show you. I'm gonna hit complete. Let me show you the thing I was talking about earlier. I have only used the Koopa car once, and I used it in a pretty subtle way, and I used it in a way where you cannot ride the Koopa car because it kind of sucks. This is an air race in this one. It's the most damage you can deal to him without actually killing him instantly. Gotcha. In this, you can see there's cars that flying under. 4 cars. And you cannot ride any of these cars since this is a do not touch the ground level. So if you were to try to get in on those cars, you would lose. So that was my solution to wanting to use the cars in a level, despite the cars being complete crap. Was to just put them in as flavor. And they kind of do make interesting enemies. They sort of like rev up and top while you pass under them. I think that's kind of fun. I think that works out, and you know they do I do check a box off, right? Like I say, like okay, I used that enemy, I've used that thing. I didn't let the player use it, but it kind of sucks to use, so that's actually a good thing. That's actually a good thing. Alright, let's see the next level. Let's see the next level. I need to figure out what I'm doing for my own boss. My own Bowser boss fight at the end of my Super World, or at the end of World 7. I will say I have, let me show you. Let me show you that design real fast. I do have some ideas set up where basically you're gonna have to, it's gonna be like a 2-phase boss fight at the end of Koopaverse. It's gonna be a 2-phase boss fight to do a fake out like yours. I'm doing a 2-phase boss fight. Sort of similar to like Baron K. Rool. Baron K. Rool is like, Stein is like my main inspiration here. So you'll start off with a basic traditional level for the first half, which will involve a bunch of Koopalings like that on rails that you can kill in one hit. Then in the second part, you'll have to go above Bowser like multiple times, climbing up stuff like this, and then like hitting on-offs in order to go like down level every time. Rinse, repeat. And you'll have a power-up, by the way. It'll have like a helmet and a mushroom. And then eventually there'll be a checkpoint. And check out this thing about the checkpoint that's pretty cool. When you spawn from the checkpoint, there's another Bowser there. And, you know, that basically replaces the one that you were supposed to fight. Now, I will say, my initial idea was to have it so that once you got to the final phase, you basically had to go over him, get a Koopa, get like a Koopa shell, and then bust it into his ass like that. But then I actually counted that, and I found it took like, I think it takes like 10 shells to do it. So I would really like to pre-game him a little bit, so he's weak, but I don't know how to do that, and also have the checkpoint. So I have to figure out what the deal is with that. It's hard. Yeah, I think shells are one. It would be giant shells. It would be giant shells. I think giant shells are more. I think they take like 10 or 15. Let me see, like check how much a giant shell does, HP wise, because I think it's okay. Is it 3 HP? So that would be like 15. That'd be like 10. 13, that'd be like 14 shells if it's 3. I think it might be 4 though. I think it might be 4. In which case it would be 10 shells. I think it might be 4. Double check that. But in any case, that's too many hits. Whatever number it is, I need to figure out how to get it down. And I guess I could use a smaller Bowser, but that feels less scary. I feel like it has to be a big Bowser, and it has to be just as so. I guess another thing I could do is have it be like multi-phase in another way. Rather than have the checkpoint like that, have it so that the checkpoint like takes you to a different area and then returns you to that. And then the 2 Bowser fights could be completely different fights. With the first Bowser just being like a Bowser that scares you. And then the final Bowser being like one who, he could even be riding in a Koopa car or something. That's a possibility. I kind of do like the checkpoint thing, though. You're not really fighting Bowser, but going through an obstacle course. Like I said, my inspiration is like Baron K. Rulenstein, and that boss fight is very much about like avoiding, about like crossing left and right, and like repeatedly multiple times, and then like grabbing a barrel on one side, throwing it into the guy, and then going doing it again, rinse, repeat. So that's sort of my inspiration. Big shells do 6. Yeah, so that takes like 50. That takes what then? 6 divided by 5, 6, 7. 7, yeah, 7 hits, that's too many. I think like 4 would be fine, or maybe 5. 7 is a lot, though. I would honestly love to abide by rule of 3, if I'm being specific. That'd be a good rule to abide by. Droopman, you're up. Droopman, go ahead and say a thing. Droopman says hi. Thank you, Droopman. R N D 5 B. All sorts of decisions to make. I'm still 2 levels away from that. Jesus, I guess this level that I'm on, plus the level that's after that, and then yeah, we gotta do the Bowser fight right after that. That level's coming up. That level's coming up. Exit Hall Manor. Halt Manor. Yeah, I could hit him with bombs. Would 3 bombs will do 18 damage and take him down to a 3-hit fight. The problem is the checkpoint thing that I want to do. That kind of makes it hard to manage. You will not exit the manor. Claim squatters' rights. Well, that is your right, King Dragoon. This seems like a traditional, ghost house. Cool bit here. I like it. Ooh. That could crush you if you're not careful. Eh? Oh, we're now in a different place. This isn't... Wait, no, this is the same place as before. What are we doing? Oh, we did an on-off, so we're good here now. Right? 50 seconds. This is not a long level. We don't have a ton of time. I guess I have to use this to continue. And probably like to return to where we started. Otherwise, I would consider using the P block because I believe you can enter doors using a P block. Just as well as a... Oh, also there's totally a P block underneath it, so... Stepping on the P block would also work to open up the path. Okay, what's in here? It's a star. Nice. You don't see that many stars in levels. But it's nice to occasionally have one and abuse it. You know what was weird? I was playing through the single player, playing some of the single player levels in Mario Maker 2, you know, this game. And there's one thing that a couple of levels do, which is they have it so that a checkpoint gives you a star. And it's kind of weird because, you know, usually they just give you like a power-up or more usually nothing at all these days. But a star? That's bizarre, and it means that you have such an advantage on the first go, and if you're able to get through it on that go, it feels pretty good. There's some, that is some nifty design that you just don't see anymore. You don't see people doing. Which, hey, I don't blame you, right? Because part of the thing that makes the single player different is that, you know, you gonna go to bed, Droop Man? Good night, Droop Man. You have a good one. Part of what makes the single player different is that, they don't really quite mind if you don't play the level for so long, right? Whereas I do feel like when I make a level, when y'all make a level, you do want to get, like, you do want the person playing to spend some time with it. Hey, Found Uniba, thank you for the level. I see you are there. Let me go ahead and punch it in. You want players to spend time with it, so, like, giving out a star so easily kind of trivializes the level, which is a concern, but also, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun when that happens. Interesting, okay. I cannot read all those words. The kanji, it's too hard. It's some sort of dungeon, I think. I think that's, the word in the middle is like a descriptor. Is like a adjective describing some sort of dungeon that you must do something to. Please. Let's go, 5 tries. Okay, it's a it's not an auto run. Fuck. It's not an auto run level, it's a run and jump level. Run at full speed, and you ought to be good, basically. It is, so far, well scripted. Oh, that is, oh! We got a checkpoint, so we're good. I'm not gonna count that death. That's an intentional death, I think. Oh wow, the checkpoint is nice. It just literally is right before the ending. I was kind of wondering for a second how you clear the level if you can't get to the end within the time, but you totally can. I was just short. Cool level. That was a very cool level. Thank you for putting it in. Found Uniba. Complete, and let's see the next one. Next one by King Dragoon. You know what it is, King Dragoon. Go ahead and confirm. King Dragoon says good luck. Let's go ahead. You don't expect us to beat it. Well, we'll try. And again, I will say, if I can't beat a level right now, I can absolutely do so in a bit. Oh, before we do this, I want to do one more thing before we do the last level of the night, which is I'm gonna play through my work in progress level one more time. We're gonna be looking for red coins and pipes. You got it. This is, by the way, this is Meteor Meltdown. It is a space level. That's not very spacey, I know, but trust me, it's spacey. Wherein you're dealing with like pokies, wigglers, air wigglers specifically, hooks, and magic Koopas. A lot of magic Koopas. You also can get Yoshi. Little design here is that the right one is the one that opens up first, but the left one is more safe. So if you want to be safe, you're gonna be slow, basically. I didn't know if the magic Koopas were off screen. They didn't end up like quite spawning there. That's an interesting behavior I didn't know about. Testing out levels like this, playing them again and again, good way of like finding issues, and also like keeping it fresh in the head, so it's easier to figure out and like process where you go next. Here, if you go down, you cause a little thing. And by the way, after this, it's kind of rough and it's not really quite figured out or properly themed. We'll just start from here again. You go down for that 10, you're gonna blow up the platform you're on. Those guys, you can do it such that you do it all in one go, but it is a little bit difficult, which I think is part of the fun of it. If it was really easy, it wouldn't be quite as satisfying, I think. Let me do it one more time. I'll do it properly this time. Also, another advantage of this part is it gives these guys time to destroy the platforms before you, such that you can see them getting destroyed, which I think adds to the flavor of the level. Anyway, that's a little bit more of an update. That's Meteor Meltdown again. Now to do the last level of the night. Good and proper. It's King Dragoon's level. And we're looking for red coins. And they're in pipes or something. Let's do it. And by the way, after this, we'll be doing a little bit of GTA 5. Which is a game I want to finish. I want to finish that game. Let's do it. We have, there's a 1% clear rate. What did I say was spicy? All right. Oh crap! Well, we already fucked up. Okay. We gotta hit that block before it's. Yeah. That good? You can sort of pregame it a bit. Oh, look at that. We got checkpoints. That works out. Ah, jeez. Okay, that's the first try. And also we are Looking for red... Wait, we're looking for red coins and pipes? In this level? Oh yeah, it does say it's a red coin hunt. So you're looking for red coins while also preserving a spacey. Oh, spacey. Yeah, that's right. I can show you what I mean. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. That's another life. I thought you said spicy. I'll tell you, the font on my preview monitor, it's big, but at the same time, it is like a good, you know, couple feet away from me. It can be hard to read at times. We got one life left. We'll give it our best. That's all for this section. Okay, go through a door. What? What? Something exploded. What? Okay. I didn't know what to do. That's the last life, thank you for it. Wasn't able to get nearly through it, but that's sort of what I was expecting. As far as spacey, good tries, thank you. As far as spacey, we did get to the checkpoint. What I mean is, and I can show you in the World Waker, this is a space world, and always gotta load it. This is a space world, and the if you go look at the world in question, which by the way, let me check and make sure that this one is set up still. Yes, okay, good. I'm adding a split path to World 6 to make it so that you can either do the ghost house or the pipe level, or you can do both, of course. But you see in this one, it's sort of a split path where you have the choice of 3 levels. You can either do the ice level, cold ice comet, the desert level, meteor meltdown, or whatever this level is going to be, aquatic asteroid. And you see I've used these level tiles to make it into little planetoids, which I think is very fitting for a space world. Also, there's the near-new nebula, which is what all paths lead to in the end. Alright, that's the last of the levels we have tonight. I'm going to hit dismiss. Thank y'all for joining me for Mario Maker. I think we have some good levels here tonight. Let me get that down. I appreciate y'all getting all those levels in, and I will say again, for those who are new and don't know, or want to know when the next time Mario Maker levels will be, next time will be Friday at 6 p.m. Central. That will be viewer levels and just viewer levels. Basically, Fridays are just viewer levels, whereas Mondays, so I start a little later. And also, I do something after the viewer levels, which is tonight gonna be GTA 5. I'm gonna continue on with the single player there. Been a while since I played it, but I would like to not abandon it if however possible. It is a long game though, and there's other games I want to play, so let's just get into it and see what's what. Thank y'all, thank you. And again, in addition to Fridays, I'll also be around on Thursday, and that'll be Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4. 2 very good games. 2 very great games, I should say. I think Wario Land 4 I might like a little more than Uncharted, just because Uncharted does have some difficulty issues, but story-wise, Uncharted 2 is very funny. So, look forward to that. Let's go ahead and switch to the Xbox. Again, thank y'all for tuning in for all that there, Mario. I'm gonna turn on the Xbox right now. Ugh. It's important that I turn off the feed while I'm switching. For some reason, it can cause issues if I don't do that. Just how it is. I think it can come up now. Let's go. Jeez, has it been more than 3 weeks since the last time we did this? All right. I'm gonna change the stream info. GTAV single player. The part where all 3 guys are in. Part after Trevor comes to town. Trevor comes to town. And let's go ahead and put in GTAV. There it is. And no longer viewer levels. Alright. Let me take down the maker code. My maker code, that's no longer relevant. And it's GTA time. Been a bit since I played this. Last time I did the whole Trevor arc, where Trevor was coming to town. Now Trevor is in town. And, you know, they're all one big happy family, and soon enough they'll be doing another heist, but as a big group. Second heist of the game. I don't know how far away I am from any of that, but I will say now I have Trevor. You know, Trevor is perfectly in character, just hijacking cars and going on weird, doing some weird business. So let's steal a car and drive towards one of the missions. How does that sound? By the way, there might be some licensed music in here. If there is, that's just how it is.
Oh, this is fucked up, man. Be a hero now.
Y'all let me know if the volume is good, if you're happy. Thinking about leaving it just as is. No need for any big adjustments. Maybe it's tough, I think, in this because the voices are maybe a touch quieter than like sound effects and whatever. Could have used a little bit more of like volume on voices, I think, in this game. But we'll deal. All right, let's drive toward the thing and see a guy about a guy. This is, by the way, the remastered, like, Xbox Series X version, so it is fancier. And I will say, I sometimes wonder, playing this version, if earlier versions might have been better about the sound stuff. Like I said, it does seem like the sound could be mixed a little better. But also, you know, hey, not like I don't know that sometimes you fuck up on sound mixing. But, you know, I guess I'm trying to do it live, where I feel like you should be able to do it. You should be able to manage it in a game or a movie because you can just listen to it and know, like, oh, this ain't quite right. This ain't it. Whereas I can't always listen to myself in real time. I would get really thrown off if I tried, basically. All right, let's just bail out and go inside. Just totally hit the median there.
See you at the club, right? I'll set you up.
Alright. I will say, GTA 5, the characters tend to be very...
Trevor is a...
Trevor is a what?
Very
Trevor
dickish and,
is
like,
a good
off-kilter.
guy. He's like family. Got kid, ain't he, Floyd?
That's it, right? Yes, Trevor.
Let's do it.
But the thing is, I ain't been with that many women. I don't find it easy. And,
Scouting the port.
And Deborah, I mean, we're getting married, so.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
But I'm scared that she's gonna leave me. I mean, this is her place, and the fornicating with Mr. Raspberry Jam.
Whoa. Whoa. Now, Mr. Raspberry Jam, he died a noble death, bringing great joy to a lonely man.
I ain't got a very big penis.
Right.
Some girls laugh when they look at it.
Wow. Show me. Show me,
No,
boy.
I don't want.
Don't worry, they're not going to show it. That would be bad. Don't turn
Ain't
around.
nothing special.
TOS.
This boy gets the job done. All right? Now, Wade here says that you work at the docks.
Yes.
Look at me!
Can you just put your Johnson away, sir?
Jesus.
Oh God.
Yes, I work at the docks.
Okay.
And? Anything?
You can see it. You can see it.
Well, I mean, I don't rightly know.
Just for a second, though.
Oh, I'm that kind of person.
Sorry, Twitch.
I am that kind of person. Now, let's get you, Wade, and that little
Does Twitch mind?
down there.
If they think that's
Put
fine.
these on. We are going for a ride.
Probably okay.
Gentlemen,
That was
the gateway to America.
not a long
We got an
bit of
inside
Johnson.
man at the port of LS. I'm gonna send you some information.
All right,
He's
let's
on
go.
point to
We're
help
scouting the
plan
port.
things.
I got it, T. I really missed.
This is some reconnaissance for the next
Well,
heist.
I guess
I
we're
think.
going to Port City then.
Get in, dude. If this is reconnaissance for the next heist, then I think we're actually closer to that than I thought. Maybe we'll get to, like, right up before it
Come on, then,
by
Floyd, what
the
you
end
got
of
for
this
me?
here stream.
Like I said, I
Wouldn't
don't
that be
rightly
nice?
know what we got. You're going to have to be more exact in your questioning, sir.
We're looking for something to steal.
Sir, I stole a pencil in elementary school, and I've been regretting it
We're
ever
gonna go to
since.
the port, so
Boy,
it's
no,
gonna
it
be
was
something
a
at the
stick in
port.
mud.
Look, sir, please, just tell me what you want, and I'll do my utmost
Excuse
to
me.
assist you in finding it.
Here's the problem. I don't know what I want. It's a bit, well...
It's gonna be
like
something
put
worth a lot of
on
money.
Perfect turd. I can't quite describe it, but I'll know it when I
Something
see it.
stealable,
You
basically.
ain't aiding my comprehension.
All right. Well, how's this? $236 billion worth of cargo came through the port of Los Santos last year.
Yeah.
He's real good with numbers.
I don't want to hijack a truck full of pineapples, Floyd. You need to give us the inside track on what's coming through.
We don't know what's in the containers. They certainly
I've seen The Wire. They usually, like...
Notice anything different? Anything that might indicate something?
Well, there's been all these Merryweather folks hanging around.
Soldiers.
Merryweather Security Consulting. Private army to the New World Order.
My butt's gone
The
numb.
folks waging outsourced shadow wars in 20 countries.
That
around
sounds
the
about
world
right,
and
yeah.
Recently cleared to operate on U.S. soil.
That, sounds like them.
So there's a private militia in the port. What are they guarding?
This
question.
one freighter, I guess now that you mention it, it ain't quite right.
A freighter. Perfect. Can I get on board?
No, they
All right,
won't
let's
let
be
you anywhere
sneaky.
near it. They're kind of assholes about it, actually. The other day, my colleague Ralph.
I don't give a shit about Ralph.
I wonder what we're
We gotta
stealing.
take a look. Is there anything else?
There's another bunch of Merryweather guys out by the Navy warehouse. They got boats.
Go park and get the dispatch.
Yep, will do.
All right, here we are.
Get the dispatch.
Just about to start, surfers.
Here comes the soups. I gotta check in.
All right,
Remember,
cool.
Floyd, this can go real wrong, real quick.
All right, this is the start of another heist.
We got a waste spillage
Nice.
and I got a slot on the cleanup crew.
There is nothing that Wade here ain't gonna do for a warm meal.
Hope you got a strong stomach, son.
Go ahead and do it, dude.
Get in there.
Screw him. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna follow Lloyd. We're gonna find out a little bit about
Yeah, it's over
this here heist.
You ever get helicopters coming in and out of here? You know, those big sky crane things that can pick up a whole container?
Now, this is restricted airspace. They won't let anything out of here without clearance. Shoot it down if they have to.
So how's a man in a hurry supposed to get in and out of this place?
Yeah.
Well, we got a port that's stretched to 50 feet.
You know, what's the Coast Guard response like?
Well, they got cutters, 45-foot response vessels, air support. You're not gonna move much faster than them, especially if you're carrying something.
Maybe I'll have to saddle you up and ride you across the Miriam Turner overpass.
I just said they had the water surface real covered.
Okay.
That is the freighter I told you about.
What do you think they got on it?
We just stevedore them. We ain't meant to know what's in the containers.
But
but these are marked military.
Probably good shit.
Government.
Anything weird about that?
The government stuff is hot freight. Pulls up, goes right through. This stuff's just been sitting here.
You are beginning to arouse my curiosity.
That one of the guys?
Over there, 2 o'clock. Looks like Forrest got on the wrong side of some Merryweather guys.
Oh, yeah? Those guys look like military guys. They look like Bubba's.
You! We need 2 guys on the handler. Couple of containers and Baby got to be brought up to F.
Yeah, you got it,
That ain't
dude.
a question. Get on it. Now.
Right. He can be sly too.
You drive and I'll spot.
You know, Trevor. He's not all just like shooting people and having fun.
How about I run that
He's gonna
prick
be a
over
little
in
bit
this
subtle.
thing?
I thought you wanted to scope the place. We don't get the containers, they're gonna check your card.
Oh, I'm getting nervous.
You're always nervous. Relax.
All right, let's
Not
do it.
always, sir. Just around you. And it's just Cousin Wade's on his own. He better hold it together.
Where are we
Stick to the
going?
story.
He'll be fine. Boy's on a waste clearance crew. He's never happier than when he's neck deep in shit.
Yep.
I'm gonna lose my job.
All right, let's do it. There's a little bit of like, I've never actually played Shenmue, but I know there's a big part of Shenmue where you're like moving around boxes, working as like a stevedore, and you know, doing that bit while you're trying to like raise money to avenge your dad, which you never will because that's, I feel like that's part of the thesis of the game. That like revenge is kind of futile, and that there's so much time between like, oh, I need to get my revenge, where you're just like hanging out, you know, you're just hanging out at like the Wawa or whatever, at the convenience store, and just hanging
Those are the
out,
containers
playing
in Bay
like
D.
Sega games. Are you really that focused on revenge while you're playing Sega in the arcade? Feel like the revenge just sort of
Hook
dulls
it
a little
up.
bit.
That's it. Now we gotta bring it over to Bay F.
That's part of the
I know why they
thesis.
call them handlers, because they handle like a dream.
Not bad.
This ain't a toy, sir. It's heavy machinery.
Thank fuck I'm high as a kite.
You should not be operating this vehicle while under the influence.
Doing pretty good.
I'll operate you under the influence if you're not careful.
Now where is... Stop. Okay, here we go. We're gonna turn slowly. I am under no influence, by the way. I'm 100% sober. I always am. Not really one much for mind-altering substances or whatever.
You happy? Now I'll get the other one for you.
Not about any moral
I'm
thing
gonna
or
need
nothing.
a better
Just
view of that freighter.
not really my.
I'm sorry, but this
not really
is
my
as close
thing.
as you going to get.
Nah. I need to take some pictures. Send them to my guy, Ron. I'll need a proper view.
Sounds like a
There's
good
the
idea.
cranes, but...
Cranes! Perfect!
Oh, shoot.
All right. I already forgot which
Please,
button I'm
just
supposed to press.
don't.
Like the right? Maybe I'm not like quite lined up enough for it. I'm just a little bit crooked. Okay.
And attach it.
There we go.
Hey, whose dick you have to suck to get this job? Being a stevedore used to be back-breaking work. Now you're paid brain surgeon bucks to push an oversized shopping cart.
I did not fellatiate no one to get this job. Deborah's old friends.
I don't know. I feel like it's still
Well, with
dangerous
the-
though.
With
All
the
this heavy
say no
machinery.
more. You didn't fillet no one, but darling Debbie probably did. She probably enjoyed it.
Still seems like hard work to me, as someone who doesn't need to go outside as part of my job. I stay indoors all day. I mean, I can't imagine in like a hot city spending all day outside.
If my work
in the
here is
heat.
done, I'm going up the gantry.
I mean, I don't even know if this machinery has like good air conditioning in it. Could be like crap just because it's kind of a secondary concern. If you can tell like by looking, I don't see any AC in there or any like real AC controls. All right, it's this one, right? Yeah. Go.
Hey, there ain't time to admire the view. I've been waiting on a crane driver nearly an hour.
I'm not permitted to drive cranes, buddy.
Hey, you need me to get your union rep up here right now? Sooner you get in the cab, sooner we can get out of here.
This is on you.
Get up on this walkway, climb down the ladder, and go into the cabin.
Okay, I got in there somehow. I thought for a second I was
I'm
gonna
here.
fall.
What do I do?
Okay. It's funny that they put this in the game. Like, they build
Looks
out a
like you're
whole
in
complicated way
That's
that this
lined
stuff
up.
all operates
Move the
in.
spreader down so it can grab the
You
container.
know, I don't think there's any, like, side mission where you do this again. Guess why would there be? Like, are you gonna go get a job at, like, the... Are you gonna go get a job at the docks? Like, probably not, no. Can't imagine why that would be a side mission, but... What am I doing here? Oh, right stick to move, left and right.
Looks good to me. Grab onto it. You got it. Now pick it up so it'll clear the other containers and move it down to the end. Take us to
right.
the other end. Bay number 5. All the way to the end.
Beautiful. Look at us. This is a pretty cool piece of machinery. I guess I could see why.
That's the
Like-
truck. Ease her on.
God damn, this is a big
You wanna
big
line it up
ass
with the
thing
frame
to
of the
drive. Like, it's as tall as like a building. Honestly, like, this is like what, a 4-story thing? Jesus. Imagine driving a thing like that. Supposed to release it onto the truck? Are we supposed to release it onto the ground? I can't go any further. I wouldn't be surprised if these...
Container's locked. All that freight.
All right, there we go. We
Signalman
got
and
it.
crane driver working together. Now let's do the same thing again.
Yay!
Get back down to the other end.
I mean, I can see the crate. I don't necessarily need someone spotting it for me. But that's also just because
Line up the second red container at the end.
I'm playing from third person. If I was playing... I guess I can't play from, like, first person here. Maybe this is what he is seeing, what Trevor is seeing from, like, the cameras on board the thing. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly what you see as an operator. Controls are a little fiddly to get down, but not too intuitive. It's just like it's like moving the crane and moving the box is all over like left stick and right stick. It's just sort of hard to coordinate in a way that is part of the fun here. Part of the fun here is just like figuring out like, oh, you move the whole thing with the right stick, move it up and down with the left stick, you adjust it left and right with the thing. It's all lined up. You release it with the D-pad.
Union thinks you'll get eye strain if you work any longer. Have a break.
Not wrong.
Wow. I mean, this is some view, ain't it? I'm gonna take a couple shots for my boy.
Oh, yeah? Which end of the catwalk you think? Maybe... How do you climb up? Oh, X on the... I was thinking it would be A because A is jump. Go ahead and walk over here. Nice. Snap-o-matic. What is focus, hold, lock, hold? That's a weird. Just gonna hit the A button. Where's the card? There's a guard. Long shot of the back of the ship. Should be good. Let's go ahead and text these to Ron and be like, hey, check it out. Cool ship, right? I want to steal whatever's on it. I don't know what's on it, but whatever's on it, we're stealing them. Ron's probably gonna call. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, right, we're doing. Ron's the guy from. Oh, we'll do. Hang on, we'll do one more shot here. One second. Okay, dude, turn around like 180 degrees. Okay, stand here. Turn around like this. Snap-o-matic. All right. I can move my head around. Beautiful. Yes. Just as a little keepsake. Okay, we'll take another one. Sure, that's fun. We can also send. You should be able to send those to Ron as well. I think he would enjoy those. It's fun to send people photos that you take. I don't do any Instagram or anything of the sort, but I do like to take a lot of photos of, like, you know, aminals and, you know, trees and nature and stuff. And whenever I get a nice picture, I always want to, like, text it to my dad.
Trevor, you want to see that warehouse? Come on.
Sure.
We can use the big rig.
I like to send it, you know, send it on. And, you know, I'll occasionally post it to Discords as well. You know, if it's like pictures of trees, pictures of animals, where people enjoy them, I like to share them.
It's over on the other dock.
Maybe
so
I
they've been guarding one of them dry docks. We can take a look at it, but no one's allowed around there.
Normal rules don't apply to us, Floyd.
Yeah.
We're going in.
I don't know. The rules applied to me my whole life. I like rules.
I've never been one much to post
You're a
images
failure.
like on a
You're in
like a
a
social
loveless
feed.
relationship.
What do
But
you
like
mean?
on a private
Lovers?
Discord, you know, on a like reasonably sized Discord,
You.
I like to
she'd be
share
here,
stuff.
wouldn't she? But she's not.
You know I'm in.
Maybe I should
got a
consider
dead-end
just like
job.
putting up
What?
a bunch of like
Dead
nature
end,
shots
no.
on like a
It's
Instagram or
dead-end.
something. I don't know.
Being a unionized longshoreman's one of
feel
the
like
best paying
maybe
jobs
that'd
in
be
the
a weird
country.
thing to
You
just
tell
start
people around
doing
La Puerta, that's what
at,
you do.
like,
They
you know, in
liable
your
to rob you.
mid-30s.
So jealous.
No one's jealous of you, Floyd. They pity you.
Oh, no.
You're abused by that woman. You're abused by these slave drivers. I mean, I've never worked so hard in my life.
Also, like,
It
I
ain't
guess
so
it would be
bad.
weird for like the
I've been
brand
doing this every day for
or
10
like
years,
the
only usually with less of the criminality.
as like a social
wasting
my
your
my
life,
social
Floyd. It's
media
lucky
output
we
tends
turned
to be a
up
lot
when
of
we
like
did.
videos
I'm
like
saving
this,
you
streams
from
like
yourself.
this, video game
We ain't
stuff.
heard from Wade.
To just have like
Hey, his
a
mother,
Flickr
he's
or
fine.
whatever that's just
Well,
like
still, it shouldn't take this
nice
long to
nature
contain.
photos.
There must be a lot
Would be
of
a little weird, but you know, hey, we all contain
Keep him busy
multitudes.
while we get to work.
Excuse me, we're taking this turn. Squeeze me.
Hey, you can't come through here. It's
That guy looks like The Rock.
No entiendo. No understando. Manifesto. Manifesto say deliver here.
Hey, stop. Where the fuck Get back here.
We must have got confused. The guy don't speak English. Must have misread the
Manifesto. He said no here.
They're beating him up. Just gonna have a look around while that's happening. Don't mind me. Grab a random briefcase.
Sorry, you're gonna have to go it alone.
See you guys. Hopefully this briefcase has something good in it. Alright, let's go steal a car. Maybe like do it a little out of the area. So that, you know, they don't figure out we're trying to do a heist here. I'm tempted to steal one of those trucks. I mean, who would know? Who would know? No one's gonna see us do it. I'm sure we can find a nice car, nice vehicle to abscond with.
I will knock your head off.
What? Hey, buddy. Was that you that said that?
Isn't this great?
No, definitely not. Who's telling me I would knock the head off? Uh-oh. We might have done that right in sight of some cops. That might have been a bad idea, actually. That might have been a bad time to do some Grand Theft Auto. Let's drive and let's get away. They can't catch us if we don't stop. This song was in Jackie Brown. You can't really hear it that loud. I'm hoping that will mean that DMCA doesn't get up my ass. And we'll see. We'll see. Jackie Brown, that there is a fantastic movie. If y'all haven't seen Jackie Brown, probably on Netflix or something, y'all should watch it. I think it might be my favorite, what's his name, Tarantino movie. Certainly of the like main, would you consider it like main three? Of like the three from the 90s, it's probably my favorite of the ones from the 90s. I guess probably you wouldn't call it a main one, would you? Like, what are the main Quentin Tarantino films? Like, well, there's Pulp Fiction. You probably would say, like,
Trevor, these photos, you've really stumbled onto
That's
something.
right.
The ship, Merryweather.
Yeah. I know. Tell me about the ship. If we put a man with a gun on the bridge next to it and get a guy on board, I think we got a good chance of taking over.
Way it looks to me, there's a container below deck. They're guarding it for the government, keeping it off the books. Serious military technology, most
Sounds like good
Yeah,
stuff.
of course. I just found a manifest. They're testing something out at sea. It's gotta be that. Now, get back to work.
Nice.
The TPI conglomerate ain't thriving. There's only one man responsible.
Of course, yeah. But I'll start pulling all the intel I can get on Merryweather at the same time. I got a file here somewhere.
All right, shit. We've now gotten the setup for the next heist. I guess it was Trevor's initiative, not Michael and Franklin setting this one up. Part of Trevor's little enterprising. French Trevor Enterprises. Trevor, I feel like thinking about Trevor Enterprises, I can picture him running like an Etsy or something. You know, like a small business owner. That's the sort of guy Trevor is. What would he sell? I guess he literally does sell things. He sells drugs. You wouldn't sell that on Etsy though. It's not allowed. It's a TOS. Alright, street life indeed. Buddy. Okay. That was a successful mission. Right, let's upstairs. We got our briefcase. Drop it off or whatever. Now I will say, not sure how many missions we're gonna do here. Might be a while until we're actually on the next mission, next
What in
heist.
the name of all things holy.
I could see that being next week.
I tried to stop it, but it just kept
Yeah,
coming.
covered in shit.
There, Wade.
Take a shower.
Betty, you're just not cut out for honest work, all right?
Did you get what you needed?
Yeah. Oh God.
More or less. Yeah, I just got to.
That
figure out a
couch is
place to plan
fucked.
this now. All right, this'll do.
That woman ain't even fine.
I do think it's funny the idea that you would have a photo, a giant portrait of yourself on the wall. I guess that's not an uncommon thing.
Wade, we got to build them back up.
A lot of people have family photos on their walls. It's just that is cartoonishly massive. That photo is just
There, perfect.
ridiculous. That can't be like
All right.
that common.
Based on my observations, I'd say these Merryweather security cocksnots are sitting on something real valuable.
All right, let's see.
I think they got 2 of these things, but we only need 1. First one is on that freighter in a container below
Yep.
deck. They got guards all over that ship, so it's likely they're keeping it on ice. The air, land, and sea routes into the port will be locked down as soon as we make a noise at these X's here. Which
Okay.
means we have to blow up the ship and grab the thing underwater.
Ooh.
Need a guy to plant the bombs, a guy to look out for 'em with a rifle, and a guy to grab the thing, whatever it is, underwater. That means stealing a submarine, of course, but you can find us one of them, can't you? Huh? Now, the other one
Yes.
is off the coast being tested. They're running the operation from the dock where I last saw your cousin. We'll need a submarine for that too, and probably a chopper, a big one. We go out there, look around underwater, locate it, bring it back here, and find out what it is.
Here? To the Congo?
Somewhere else.
Aye, so, what do you think? Container ship or whatever's offshore?
I think I did freighter originally. I could. What? Anyone have an opinion? I think I did freighter the first time I played the game. Like, I definitely remember being in a submarine and and like escaping through the water route, but also offshore probably also involves a submarine. I kind of think freighter sounds more fun. And I thought that then, and I think that now. Because at least you're running around, you're on foot, you're planting bombs. That sounds pretty good. I'm leaning towards freighter. That sound good with all? What do we need for like sub offshore? I don't want to get that far.
Gotta be the container, right?
Let's go freighter. Let's go freighter. Offshore, too many unknowns.
You and Floyd can help. We'll get Michael involved, and he can put us in touch with some local talent.
Franklin.
Okay, all right.
What is that smell?
Oh, we are going straight to the local union rep. Wade here was injured in the performance of his duties. Human waste has seeped into his very pores, and I am sorry to say this, but I don't think he's ever going to smell normal again.
You can't go to the union.
You are union, all right? And you vouched for us, all right? You look at him, man. Smell him. No. Smell him.
Yeah, you can't if you're not union. You can't go to the
robbery
union.
On my place of work. You violated Mr. Raspberry Jam, and God alone knows what else. Damn it,
Painting.
Deborah. Look,
Yeah.
my lady and my union. That's all I got. So why don't we just let this all slide, huh?
If you're comfortable with what's happened to your cousin, then so be it.
He really needs to just
I
take
will
a
give
shower.
him a bath and rinse him off.
No! No bad.
What, you don't like bats? You're covered in shit, man. You gotta bathe. You gotta clean it up. Is the couch still fucked over there? Let's look. Ugh. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that'll be. I wonder if eventually we'll come back and it'll be fine, but.
You're getting wet, Floyd. Take your pants off.
Let's go over and see what. Oh, we're calling Michael.
Ah, Trevor. Hey.
Mikey, hey, listen. Loving it here in LS. Really settling
Yeah, it's
in.
nice.
Getting my first enema tomorrow. Anyway, I heard about some action.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now, there's still some prep work and research
Yeah, we need
to
a
do,
submarine.
but it's looking exciting. I'll need you to bring along someone you can trust.
All right, bro. I know someone. Hey, talk to Lester. He'll have a good angle on this.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should talk to Lester. I wonder if you can actually talk to Lester right now. Oh, I don't have his number. Alright, let's switch over to Franklin or Michael. Let's go to Michael. Do a Michael mission. Just by, like, the basic shape of the game, it would only make sense to, at least in each of these streams, do...
wildfire? You should be worried about me coming around and burning your house down.
What? Oh, he's smoking, and he's just leaving his cigarette butts. Like, very much like, there's a streamer I know named Dan Reichert, and his dad does that.
What's up? What's up? Are you joking? You ruined my life.
I did? I thought I'd already ruined your life.
Yeah.
Remember after that boat thing?
Take this seriously. Do you know how bad I wanted that? Fame or shame is like an
Yeah, that happened last time, by the way.
You're such a fucking fuck. You really are.
At the end of the last
You'll
stream.
get over it. You'll see. I did you a favor.
Never. I hate you.
Okay. Let's go home and do whatever mission's there. Also, we do have to prep for the thing. I'm sure if we do enough missions, those will start appearing on our, like, mini-map. Which, by the way, is set towards a Michael mission. So, let's go ahead and follow that. We could also do, like, side missions or whatever, but honestly, I'm mostly interested in just going to the critical path, seeing the main heists, and getting this done. That's sort of my prerogative here, my priorities, my my what I'm looking to do here.
Oh!
All right, there is the Michael house, the DeSanto house. Excuse me. This doesn't seem like Michael music to me. He just didn't change the channel after turning on the car, I guess. Take another drink of water. Did somebody say yoga?
What's wrong with you? Smoking in my house. You know, ever since that psychotic pal of yours turned up, you turned into an even bigger asshole.
Thank you. Your support in my difficult times means the world to me.
I've supported you. I left everything to come here with you, and still, that crazy bastard turns up.
I'll handle it.
How?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? Just keep him away from me and the children, you low-life, whoremongering asswipe.
Did someone say yoga?
No.
Oh, I think she said whoremongering asswipe.
Hello, Fabian, darling.
Namaste, Amanda. Are we ready to practice?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, she's very centered. A regular oasis of peace and tranquility, this one.
Anger issues and worse friends. No wonder I'm so upset.
You too, please. Namaste.
Oh, we're gonna do yoga?
Miguel, join us, please.
No, please, no.
No,
no.
The yoga is for sharing. Come, Miguel, come.
I think we're gonna do yoga.
So fast.
There's like a weird
If you can
button
make me as
thing.
happy and mellow
It's
as my
gameplay.
wife, it'll be a job well fucking done.
We are all on our own journeys, Miguel.
Yeah, no doubts. Why is she driving a tank on hers?
There are a lot of like side activities in this game.
Hostility, Michael.
I think they're all like okay to good.
And the moribund.
You know?
The asshole. Now we begin and put the asshole to the earth.
This guy, big dad energy.
Sequence.
This is how a dad should dress to me. When he's like in his when his kids are like 20, this is how a dad dresses. 10 years later, it'll be all sweatpants. It'll be all sweatpants and like the lowest effort clothes you can find. But this is very much like dad wear to me. That's 1, 2, 3 in French.
Now, Michael.
I don't know about this.
Sticks
Down
down.
through the nose and out the mouth.
Let it out. You're turning red.
Maintain it. In the nose, out the mouth. Okay, Doc?
Feel all that hostility, insecurity, and self-centeredness drift away.
Now, in through the bloated nose and out through those wrinkled lips.
It's like watching one of my kids take their first steps. Only an old version I resent.
This is gonna have to do.
Now we will do something more complicated. Sometimes
I did yoga for a while.
I weep uncontrollably for hours.
You know, it's sort of an exercise you can do at home. Not that loud on like, you know, it doesn't like stomp on the ground or anything that neighbors would find unpleasant. It just takes a lot of time is the problem.
You feel that?
You know, finding the
emotion
time
inside.
is difficult
Let
to me.
it go.
I had once, one time had there's like a yoga channel I remember on YouTube.
I feel like I'm channeling bullshit.
It was
right
like
now.
30 days of yoga.
The silly man forgets
I
to
definitely
breathe.
did as
Out
many
with the
days of
breath.
that as I
There
could.
it is. Breathe, Mikhail.
The timing of it, breathing in and out.
Later, you can show a stripper how flexible you are.
Not exactly
Now,
apparent to me.
you breathe.
I will say, by the way, I'm like very, very,
Let
very
it
not
out,
flexible.
Keep it tight.
Like, I have trouble touching my toes just in general. Like my back will not
You can breathe.
will not bend
can't you?
back that far. Like if I try now, this is about as far forward as I can get.
He may be too old for this.
Oh, ah. Let me check.
You have picked yourself up, and you will try again. The silly man forgets to breathe.
I'm gonna remember to breathe.
Let it out. There! Let it go! Breathe, Mikhail.
I will say also...
You feel that?
Ring Fit. I do find that to be a really good, like...
Now,
really well-designed game, you know, making exercise
Let it go.
based around, like...
Erect.
Making exercise into gameplay, it's really
Hold
fast.
it. Stroke it.
I don't think you could do that. I will say, I can do, like, a fair amount of yoga. Like, I can do all the basic stuff, right?
Tighter.
Well, maybe not
I'm
that.
about to feel some emotion.
I don't have great balance.
Remember, children.
Let me see, let me see.
We are the unknown. We are the unknown. Show us, Amanda.
I don't
By the
think
way,
Mike
hey,
is
I
up
have a
to
demon.
He may surprise you.
It's not hard.
Plank.
Plank.
That's not very hard. Look at that.
Yeah.
Feel the flow. Everything is flowing in me.
I will say, doing yoga, I when I did yoga,
Mike,
I did eventually get a little better balance, you know, but it's been years since I did it, so it's probably all gone by now.
Your core is
How you doing,
very
Avid
good.
Demon?
Breathe, please, Michael.
Having a good
For me, Tito,
night,
it's
I'm
okay.
hoping.
Take in the air and release it. Exhale.
Anyway, finish
Now
my
if you could
thought
just get
on
Trevor on a yoga mat.
this is all stuff you can do.
Your lungs, they work, yes?
I will say, also doing yoga, feel like I learned how to do
When we
push-ups
met, he
easier.
was actually limber.
Like, it's much easier to do push-ups if you just...
Out through the mouth.
You have to do, like, a lot of, like,
Inner
shifting around your
eye.
body weights, right? Your
Breathing
center
is
of gravity,
almost
if
the
that
most
makes sense.
important thing, no?
And that makes doing push-ups, like, a lot easier
This
than
is
just
what I was talking about.
pushing
Can't
up with
you
your
see how blocked
arms.
he is?
If that
Breathe,
makes
please,
sense. There's a trick to push-ups,
Just
basically,
exhale, Michael.
where you can make
Your
them
aura is
much
just like,
easier if you
wow.
focus on, like, your
Take in the air
center
and
of
release
gravity, I guess. You're doing all
The
right. You're
backward
about to
eye
try to
between your
get through
thigh.
nightly
You have come a long way
Naruto
today, Mikhail.
Naruto episode.
Yes, later you will cry
Gotcha.
like a baby.
You're stretching more since
His
exercising
chakras
more,
are
so
completely
maybe you could do
blocked.
some
Don't worry about
yoga.
Miss it downward, though.
A lot of it is pretty simple. Just doing stuff like
I'm glad we have helped with
this.
your impotence, Mikhail.
You know, stuff you
What'd
might
you
have done
say?
in like
Your sexual
like
energies have
gym
been
class,
blocked for too long.
basically.
Back into my pelvis. Back.
Going like this.
Yes, there you
Indistinguishable from stretching.
Oh!
What?
Enough of that shit!
Oh!
go. Yoga is the answer, Mikhail. But what is the question?
Why am I such a moron?
We are leaving, and we are never coming back.
Good!
You are alone, you pathetic psychopath.
Fuck you!
He does not have a good relationship with his wife.
French
No.
fucking Yogi!
Fucking Yogi. Fucking Yogi Bear. Okay, let's go to Jimmy's room.
Jimmy! You still here?
I'm gonna give my son some shit.
James!
Fuck off!
I don't exercise enough. I should, though.
You know what? If there was a rape button, I'd be using it right now. Unless you're a faggot and you like that sort of shit. And then
Nice TV. Did I pay for that?
yeah, you smashed the other one, didn't you?
Feel like we're gonna smash this one
Come on.
too.
I want to go for a ride.
I gotta meet a friend.
All right, so I'll go meet him with you. Come on, I want to get out of the house. I'm not
Yeah,
going
let's go. Let's hang out.
Come on.
A little bit of bonding with
Bullshit.
with son.
Bullshit.
Trying to get better at running a
molest your
mile
online buddies
recently.
is bullshit.
Hell yeah,
They're
dude.
not my buddies.
They're the only people you speak to.
That's the thing I started off trying to do, like running on a treadmill. Personally, I found that that's not really for me. I feel like my feet, my feet get all sore and shit. going for too long.
So where's your friend?
Instead, I try to do like long walks, and the thing about a long walk is it takes a while, though. You know, but I will walk like at least like a mile or two, ideally, and sometimes up to like 5 or 7 miles, even in a long stretch. Though, of course, with the sun going down earlier, getting in a mile of walking is harder. By the way, I'm not really a treadmill person. I like to go outside. I like to go outside and see Mother Nature and shit. And like walk at my own pace. I find that a little more pleasant than like just running in place, you know. That's what I was gonna say about Ring Fit earlier. Ring Fit, I found makes my feet hurt. The whole fake running thing, which ended up just being not really for me, unfortunately. I think it's a well-designed game, it's just I cannot keep up with it. Doesn't work. Doesn't make me feel good.
Oh, now you're an armchair psychologist.
I guess it'd be impossible to do like a fitness game what was all about like walking and like going through Mother Nature. That would just be like Skyrim or something, but you were like going forward by going like. That'd be a little bit weird. Where exactly do you run a mile? Do you do it outside or do you do it on a treadmill? You prefer the treadmill? Large because you have one in your house, so it's really convenient. Nice, that's nice to have a demon. Here we are at the Burger Shot. I have an apartment gym, which, you know what? Fuck, I just realized, since moving to this here apartment, I've never been to that gym. Don't think I had ever been to the one in the previous apartment either. All my memories of going to an apartment gym were from 2 apartments ago. To be fair, the pandemic was hot and going for most of the last 2 apartments that I had, so like going to a shared gym was you know, not as common, I guess, back for the last couple of years, but also it's not really my jam to begin with.
The friendly neighborhood drug dealer.
Like I said, I'm more the outdoor type as far as exercise goes. But also that means I do have to deal with the temperature and time of day stuff.
Mr. DeSanto.
There aren't really enough like places around town to walk. Gotcha. Dang, that sucks. I guess I'm lucky in that like I have some nice paths, a bunch of nice paths and trails I can go to. I could even go to ones that are like slightly farther off. I have before considered trying out doing some streams where I was just walking outside.
We're bouncing now.
But to do that, I would find like trails that I am not like living next to, just for like OPSEC purposes. And you know, I think that'd be fun. The thing about that is I would want to make sure that the alerts all worked, and it turns out in the software that you can stream from on a phone, apparently like testing the alerts is hard. You might have to actually go live to test the shit, which is a little bit inconvenient. Inconvenient for me.
Okay, your turn. Maybe when we get home.
I would definitely like, whoa. Oh jeez. I'm drunk. In game. No, it's not drunk, this is high. It's okay. Let's relax. This is a mission about yoga.
You should see yourself. Stop moaning and drive back.
You would feel weird if you were running outside? I gotcha, man. Yeah, you'd be like self-conscious and shit.
I gotta stop.
I feel like I'd be self-conscious running indoors, you know, running with someone there.
You're fucking protecting you.
Whenever I went to the apartment gym, in the apartment I had like 2 apartments ago, I always would make sure that like no one was around, right? I was self-conscious and shit. I'd be going at like 10 o'clock, 11 p.m. coming in like, okay, no one's here. Let's go. Let's go on this treadmill because, man, I'm out of shape, man. I can't run that fast. I can't run that far. Feel weird about that, you know? Self-conscious and shit. That's an ape. We got some 2000 stuff. Odyssey. What's that movie called with the apes that go 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's it. That's what we're doing. UFO. Is this what a drug trip is like? I imagine that they're usually maybe a little more like abstract than just like literal aliens. This is more like it, yeah. All right. Okay.
What do you want, Michael?
We're flying.
I always thought I was the good guy.
Yeah.
I got a bit of an awkward situation.
Ooh. Okay. We appear to be somewhere. It's always hard to try new things and to put yourself out there. That's just always true. You're gonna feel out of place maybe the first time you try something. I don't know. I feel like you're in a better spot when you realize like, oh, who gives a shit what people think? You know, if people think I look like really out of shape running on a treadmill, it's none of their business. And it doesn't matter what they think. You know, I feel like I would have a better attitude about it now than I did like when I was, 10 years younger. Basically a 20-something. 20-something, you care about like, oh, I don't want to look like I'm just a big a big fat guy running on a treadmill. And now, like, as a larger 30-something, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Let them see me. You see me every day at Target anyway, and well, not every day, but people see me at Target already, and I don't give a shit about that. Why would I care if I'm, like, on a treadmill? In case you were dead tired and it was nice to only have to walk upstairs, yeah. I will say after, like, as a 20-something, you're really self-conscious. In time, you'll get over that. You say you're in a house. Is it your house or family house? I will say, if you're in a house in your 20s and you own it, that is extremely impressive, Avid Demon. Man, I would love a house. That'd be cool. Whenever I exercise, do like really strenuous shit. You live with your mother? Gotcha. Less impressive. Well, that's cool though, hey. Sure, there's a lot of space and shit. My sister lived with, our parents for a bit, but while she was between, like, apartments or, like, traveling or whatever. She spent, like, a couple of years in Korea, and after she came back from Korea, teaching in Korea, she stayed with them for a bit, and I'll tell you, she probably saved, like 10, 20 grand or something on apartment stuff.
I'm
so,
home.
That was probably a good idea.
Kids?
That's probably a good fucking idea. I would love to have 10 or 20 grand right now, like extra money that you wouldn't otherwise have. It's good to save money. Personally, I love the privacy though. I couldn't do without it. I need my independence.
Behavior in the company you've been keeping
or else I imagine our relationships My relationship with
Now
family
you've
would be a
taken
lot
to
more
attacking my
contentious
baby,
if I had to live with
who was a
them
close
and they had
friend.
to put up with my shit on a
And then
daily
Jimmy
basis.
said you took drugs while
and vice
driving in
versa.
your car.
He did do that, yeah.
We've decided to move out for a while.
Dang.
You promised me you'd change, and you haven't changed a bit. I know you say I always act like I'm in a movie. Well, this isn't that. I think I'm gonna speak to a lawyer. I'm just really confused. Please don't try to contact us and try not to get yourself killed. Amanda.
Dang it. Well, now Jimmy's not in the house anymore. Mission passed. I will say, every time I exercise, I like to have a nice bath afterwards, you know? Like, wipe off the sweat, whatever. Soak in hot water, really relax and, like, you know, relax and like, soothe the weary muscles and shit. And, obviously, whenever I'm going out for a walk, I either have to, you know, finish the walk or, you know, drive in. Some of the paths that are nearby, they're not exactly within walking range. I have to drive a little bit to get to them because, you know, the nicer ones are not the ones that are adjacent. You haven't taken a bath in 15 years? I'll tell you, I wasn't a bath person until I did some exercise and was just like, man, I feel like a bath. And nowadays, I'm a big bath person. Oh, I love it. You just soak in hot water and it's great. I like to do a bath in like the Japanese sense, which is to say I'm mostly in there just to like soak in hot water rather than like scrub myself with soap or whatever. Like, nah, man, I'm just relaxing. It's purely for pleasure. It might as well be a hot tub to me. Which is how they do in Japan, by the way. They clean themselves outside of the water, and then they get in and they just soak. And that's just really sick. That's just really pleasant, and I like it. We should see what's up with Lester. L is Lester, right? Let's go over to thing. But yeah, I love to just soak in hot water and just relax. Oh, it's so good. If y'all ever been to like go to Japan or something, make sure to go to like an onsen or two. They're sick. Probably become a bath person if you lived in Japan. I mean, I think like Japan, they're like almost exclusively bath people over there. Like, I don't know, they have so much in the way of showers in most places. Maybe like hotels and stuff. But like the average house, maybe not so much. More about the bath. It's also more of a communal thing in Japan, you know. They do a lot more like bathing in groups, which is you know, kind of a weird thing over here, but whatever. It's cool. You know, you might see an anime, you've seen like an onsen scene or something, and from what I hear, they do actually do that. They're a little less, a little more willing to just, you know, hang out that way. You don't know if you can bathe in a group. Again, I will say they are mostly just hanging out in the nude in hot water. And I did go to an onsen, so, you know, which is like a hot spring, basically. That's the Japanese word for hot spring. Well, how do I get to Leicester? Let me see the map. And man, it was nice. The hot spring, the onsen I went to was in Takao, on the base of Mount Takao. And it was really sick, man. It had like 7 different kinds of baths. It had like hot baths and cold baths. It had like a sauna. It had like cedar bath that had like weird. It had like water that had been like treated. I think it was like cedar milk or something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was some sort of funny water that felt good on the skin. there were like really hot baths where you could only stand to be in them for like a second before going like hot, 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 hot. Okay, getting out. just a really fun variety of baths to like hang out in and just feel really good about. That was a good ass day. I did go to another onsen, but it wasn't as good. I didn't quite have as good a time. I only went to one bath in that one. And it was a little more mid. But Mount Takau's onsen was fantastic, phenomenal. Loved that. Would definitely go like 2 or 3 times if I ever went back. Would definitely have days where I went to a mountain, hung out, and you know, went in the hot spring. There are some onsen towns that would be cool to go. Yeah, there's like what's it called? Hakone? Is it Hakone? Let me check.
What's up, man?
Sit
down and...
Yeah, Hakone.
No, I don't have a lot of time. I know you need money. Did Michael tell you about Life Invader? Oh, shit. Y'all two did that? Look forward. We're two strangers having a friendly chat. And don't pretend that you liked Jane Norris.
Oh, man, I don't know, homie. I mean, yeah, the dude outsourced work to child slaves.
Beppu?
He stole and sold everybody's
Haven't
private
heard of Beppu.
information.
Let me see.
And even ripped his own friends' ideas off and walked around like the Messiah while doing it, but... Man, I don't think the nigga deserved to have his fucking head blowed off on TV.
Oh, well, aren't you just a moral
Spa
majority? You know,
resorts.
that's why the world is the way it is today. When a
That's
paid
nice.
thug gets all namby-pamby when someone asks him to act like a paid thug, and for a good cause.
I will say, in a
Man,
lot
check
of
this out,
cases,
homie.
you don't
I
have
like
to
going
travel
the
too
fucking
far to
cruise
get like
heads
to a
off
hot
just as much as the
spring.
next psychotic ass
There are
off.
some,
But I just don't look
you
at
know,
this shit as doing a good
honestly,
deed.
I would probably
Well,
just
now you
first and
can.
foremost
It's
go
not
to a
cruise
mountain
heads, it's
that I wanted to like hang
They're
out
not
at.
just heads, you know,
And then
trashing
like,
cars
you
or
know,
planning
do a hot
rides,
spring at
gorging
like
animals,
as like a
anything we can
second,
do to take
as
the
like
power
a
back
cool
to these
down
turds.
activity, you know?
We'll fix the market in our favor and we'll right a few wrongs while we're at it.
Shit, okay,
Hang
cool.
on.
Right, so, you heard of mollusk?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so there's a new mollusk, sort of a super mollusk, and it's called Priapoles.
Let me see if I can find something real
mortis.
fast.
Only Brett Lowry, CEO of Bilkington Research, paid off the FDA, and he doesn't care that his hardness pills are giving desperate middle-aged men the world over heart attacks.
Damn, man, that sucks.
Yeah, it does. Now, Mr. Greedy Lowry is staying at the Von Krastenberg Hotel in Richmond. Of course, he'll be well protected, but if he goes away, then America goes back to using mollusk, and Beta Pharmaceuticals gets a big bump in the price of their stock.
Damn, man, all right, fuck it, I got you.
I thought that you would. Now, consider using a sniper
Not sure if
rifle,
that's
sticky
picking up,
bombs, you know,
but...
whatever. Do it your way, however you want.
Hang on
I'm
one
gonna
second.
make
Let me
the
turn off the
investment.
lights.
We don't speak about this or anything. Now walk
That
away.
there
Stay here till you're gone.
is the onsen that I went to first, little mountain town outside of like Kyoto. Let me see if I can find a good picture. It was very scenic, you know, looking at the trees and stuff while soaking in hot water. It was very nice and very cool, but I gotta say, like the second onsen I went to in at the base of Mount Takao, that was the best. Let me see if I can find a picture of that. Ooh, look. I'm not sure this picks up, but Mount Fuji. Picture of Mount Fuji. From the bullet train.
Traffic is worse there than it is here. And I was like, whoa, 3 words.
Let me see for a second. It came after a day of like hanging out on Mount Takao. So there's a picture of me and like the onsen's lobby. And there's a picture of the outside of the onsen. Really nice place. That was like, how long did I spend in there? So 4 p.m. I think these might not be local times. Oh, maybe this is me exiting. Okay, yeah, I think this is me exiting. I think I was in there around like... Yeah, I think I was in there around an hour or so in that onsen. Just really fantastic. Like an hour 20, hour 15 maybe. Man, that day was a fucking good day. I would love next time. Definitely gonna do more mountain stuff next time. You want to see Mount Fuji? Yeah, I guess that would be the mountain to see. I will say I'm not like super in shape, so I don't think I could climb it unless there was just like a like a shuttle to take you up to the top or something. But that'd probably be the mountain to see. I will say like Mount Takao is pretty easy to get up, and it is like one of the most popular tourist attractions. Apparently Mount Takao is the most popular hiking mountain because it's like a day trip basically. You can go out of Tokyo and go to Mount Takao. It's really close and very accessible. Alright, what are we doing? I'm sorry, dude, I wasn't paying attention. What are you asking us to do? Go and do it. And I will say, like, climbing mountains is not something that I can, like, practice or nothing. You know, I live in Texas, man. It's all flat here. There's nothing in the way of, like, mountains or even elevation changes for me to reckon with here. My hometown is called Plano, that I'm not currently living in, but I'm close. It's called Plano because it's flat. It's a plain. No hills, no valleys, no nothing. So to go to Japan and see like all the mountains and hills on the horizon is just like, holy shit. Oh wow, that's beautiful. Imagine if there was stuff on the horizon. That's basically how mountains is. That's how mountains is in Japan. Just beautiful horizons. I tell you, you just don't see stuff like that. Horizons that are more than just like pretty clouds and sun and stuff, but actually like cool ass mountains, like a goddamn painting, like a, you know, like the guy Bob. Fuck, what was Joy Painting? Like him. Why am I blanking on the name? Mount Fuji is supposed to be rather easy to go up. I hope that one day I decide to go up is not the day that it erupts. Gotcha. I will say I watched, if you ever see the anime Encouragement of Climb, it does cover... Oh god, we're doing an assassination? Who the fuck are we assassinating? Wait a minute. What target? What? Also, how do I get out my weapon? Okay, I got a little gun here. Encouragement of Climb does cover, it does cover, like, going up Mount Fuji, and the protagonist has a hard time getting all the way up due to, like, you know, changes in elevation causing it to be very hard for her to breathe and to manage. So she ends up going back and not making it all the way to the top. So it does sound like it can be hard, but if it's actually easy, maybe my out-of-shape ass could manage it. I have no idea what we're doing here. Maybe it'll tell us if we fail. Someone in this hospital.
Leave the area now! This is for authorized personnel only!
Keep your eye out for anything unusual. Let's see if we can get through one day without some wannabe hippie waving an anti-globalization sign in my face.
I need backup now!
Okay. We found the target, but we got ourselves killed in the process. Okay. If Mount Fuji was actually easy to go up, I would love to do that. Can I use like a long-range gun? Okay, like, check 2 here. Maybe I can go to the top and like shoot him from way above. I think I could probably get a line in right about here. But I'd say like Mount a Cow is like the easiest one you can do. And like the thing about Mount a Cow that's really nice is there's like a cable car.
Let's move it out, people.
There's like a little tram that you can ride that they'll take you like most of the way up the mountain. And that just leaves like normal ass.
Sir, leave the area now. This is for authorized personnel only.
Okay, dude. Okay, so waiting for him to come out.
Oh shit!
Got it. Oh, we got him, but we did get got in the process. Process of iteration, folks. That is definitely a mountain I would like to go to. I'd also, you know, there are other cities you could go to as well in Japan that I haven't been to, like, you know, Sapporo is like a famous one, sort of like the cold city. You know, it's the one in the north, obviously, and over in Hokkaido. That wouldn't be a bad one to go to. Probably lots of other ones, other than like Tokyo or, you know, Kyoto, Osaka. I will say though, Osaka is the coolest place I went to when I was in Japan last time. But also I will say it was hard to fill up a day with. It was hard to fill up like entire days with like a good itinerary. You know?
Let's move it out, people. We need this area cleared.
Okay, where can I get a good shot? Oh God! I'm okay. I'm okay. If you ever get on the JET program to teach English over there, probably asked to be placed near Osaka, Kyoto. Yeah, there's like a city in Osaka.
Keep your eye out for anything unusual. Let's see if we can get through one day without some wannabe hippie waving an anti-globalization sign.
Oh. I need backup now. All nearby units report immediately. Boss
Is he dead?
Down. Get an ambulance now.
I didn't see red. Oh shit. Okay. Well, we'll get up high and try that again. Try number 3. We got it this time though. Maybe we should steal a car and try like running them over or something. Maybe that would work. There's a perfectly good red car over there. That'd be pretty good. Osaka is as lovely. Like there's, if you ever played Yakuza 0, you know this the place where Majima lives or Majima works. That like little riverfront district. It's actually based on a real place, and that real place is the coolest place I've ever been. It's just so cool and rad to just hang out there on the river and just like it's so cool to hang out on the river and just like go to a restaurant and shit. Yeah, it's a place you really want to go to. It's so sick, man. It's the coolest place I've ever been. Just so fucking cool. God damn. I would definitely stay there if I went to the area again. Maybe I wouldn't go to maybe I wouldn't stay in Kyoto again, but instead just stay there and then, you know, like travel out to Kyoto. Because the thing about Kyoto is it's only like maybe a half hour by train from Osaka, so you can really get and sightsee in Kyoto from Osaka if you so please.
Keep your eye out for anything unusual. Let's see if we can get through one
Where's the
day
guy? Where's
without
the guy?
some wannabe hippie waving an anti-globalization sign in my face.
Kabukicho. Gotcha. I think your favorite part of Tokyo. Oh, so you have been to Tokyo. I think for me, Shibuya. Crap, he didn't.
I need backup now. All nearby units report.
Motherfucker. They didn't escape on the same. God damn it. Let's go find them. I know where they are though. Okay, where are you guys? Okay. Kabukicho is where Kamurocho is based on in Yakuza. Oh, you mean like, what's it called? Shinjuku. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I stayed there, actually. Basically, when I went to Japan. I think Shibuya, though, is a little more fun. Especially with that funny, that crossroads that they got. Yeah, it's in Shinjuku. That's right. Yeah, I stayed in Shinjuku. Might have been... Let's do it from here. This seems like it might have the best vantage point. Actually. Also, let's go with the submachine gun. It's gonna be a little better for us. Yeah. I stayed in like the place that was very, you know, when I was first walking around the place I was staying, I was like, holy shit, this is just like Yakuza. This is uncanny. This is great. This is what I was looking for. And like, yeah. It's pretty seedy for Japan, which you liked. Yeah, that's true. It's fun and it's so bright and colorful and like definitely go to I forget which one is fake and which one is real, but you know, Sotenbori, Dotonbori.
We need this area cleared.
I just loved Sotenbori. I think is Dotonbori the real one? I forget. Jeez. Just love that place. It's so rad. So cool. I'll ask you, Avid Demon. You ever been to Kyoto? You ever go to there's like a tourist attraction that they have. There's a tourist restaurant that they have wherein they have like a ramen that they light on fire and just it's like a big fucking fireball. Did I get him? Oh yeah, I got him.
I need backup now. All nearby units report immediately. Boss is down. Get an ambulance now.
We got him. We got him, folks. These guys are really good shots. We're gonna drive to the top, which is usually a bad bait. Dotonbori is the real one. Okay, gotcha. Oh, is it? Check this shit out. Check this shit out, though. See ya! Alright, we're getting away, folks. They have no idea where we went. We went up on a parking garage, and then we, you know, jumped down. That's normal behavior. Everyone loves to do that. This is a dead end. Hey, we passed! Look at that. Most of your trip was in the Tokyo area, but you did a day trip to Kyoto. Yeah, you need to... With Kyoto, you need to actually go. Like, returning at the end of the day, I feel like that's just gonna eat up most of your time. With Kyoto, I did like a couple days. I did like a guided tour for a big chunk of it. Big fun guided tour. And that was
Hey,
just
it's done.
very, very fun.
Good work.
All right, well, shit, let me know about the next thing.
Will do, but before that, I've got to tell you something. Our investment portfolio is getting a little, successful, so I figured we needed some tangible assets, property. So we bought a house in the Vinewood Hills.
Yeah, sure,
Nice.
man, whatever. You know best about this shit.
You can live in
And
it.
we needed someone to live there for tax purposes, so some guys are moving your stuff in.
Shit.
Oh, shit. Meaning I don't have to live with my crazy ass aunt no more? Man,
Hell
I don't
yeah,
know what
dude.
the fuck to say, dawg.
Don't say anything, especially if a man in a suit comes to the door. I'm joking. That probably isn't gonna happen. It's yours. Enjoy it.
Yeah, it wasn't the
3671
proper
Whispy
way to
Mountain
take
Drive.
it in. You don't know if you're gonna do Japan again. Yeah, I sort of thought that after coming back the first time, you know, like, oh wow, that was about as perfect as the trip could go, right? I also went on the bullet train. It is neat, yeah. Yeah, my trip, I saw just about everything I could think to see, except for, like, you know, I guess I didn't see Mount Fuji, really. But, like, goddamn, if I'm not in the mood again for another trip sometime in the next couple of years, I think that would be absolutely fucking rad. Of course, by the way, I will say, like, don't expect me to stream from Japan. That would be not possible for a lot of reasons. Mostly that I need my PC to...
Come on, man, I just got that bike!
Oh, geez, the guy we stole this bike from is after our ass. That's funny. No, this is our bike now, sorry. I've had it for, like, most of the game. You're not getting it back, dude. But it'd be fun to go back to Japan. Look, where is the home? Let me go ahead and we gotta see the new house. Ooh, there it is. Yeah. Let's set the thing. Japan ruined other potential trips to you because now all you want to do is go back to Japan. Yeah, I feel that, man. Like, when I first went to Japan, I was like thinking after I came back, I was like, oh, you know, I could go to like, you know, like Rome would be fun, right? Or like, other places in Europe, like London or something, I don't know. I just sort of feel like, nah. Japan, though. Japan has an order of magnitude more things I want to see again than any place I can think of in Europe. Right? I feel the same way, dude. God. Like, that's the one place I want to go. The one foreign country I want to go back to. Or go to at all. Now that I've been there, I know it's fucking fun as fuck. And also just, like, really good public transportation system. You know, it's easy to get around. Easy to just go wherever you want to go. And safe as fuck, and just convenient as fuck as well. Very easy to go get like a snack at a convenience store whenever makes sense. Very walkable country. Very good for trips. The only other place I really... one more thing I will say I would go to. Hell yeah, look at this place. One more place I would go to if I went back to Japan right now. By the way, let me turn up a little more. One more place I would go to is I would go to Universal Japan. Last time I wasn't really into the theme parks as much, so I didn't feel the need to go to Universal. But nowadays, I'm much more into Universal, and I would like to, you know, I think it'd be fun to go to Universal Studios Japan. This is a sick-ass crib. Jesus. You done well. You done well. That heist worked out beautifully. Like, look at this shit. Holy shit. You got like a massive patio? Wow. Do they actually make houses like this in like California? Holy shit. On like the edge of a cliff or something? With, ooh, look at this, a downstairs. You had tickets to go to Disney Sea in Tokyo, but a typhoon hit the night before and you got super sick, so couldn't go. Dang. That's a shame. I'm not really like the biggest Disney person myself, so I would tend more to like Universal, or maybe like Fuji Highlands. You ever hear about that? Really fancy like roller coaster theme park in like the Fuji, around like the area where Mount Fuji is. That's really sick. We've been going for like an hour or so. We've done a mission as each of the guys. It's not a bad stopping point right here. You would want to go simply because it'd be super weird to hear these Disney characters talk Japanese. I gotcha. That would be interesting. And yeah, like, going to Universal, you get the same experience, right? You hear, like, Spider-Man, but in Japanese, or, like, the Hulk, or whatever. You know, all those rides, they'd be, like, regularized.
Another big-ass mess on my property? Chop, I gotta train you to shit on the neighbor's yard.
He's already complaining about his dog taking shits. He's just been here for 2 minutes. I guess the dog got here before him, huh? Hey, Chop, how's it going? Look at that. Got a little doghouse. Arf! One more mission. Let me see what's Trevor's got available to him. If he can do like a mission that's gonna advance the heist story, I feel like that'd be really good.
He ain't a real DJ anyway. Fucking CDs? Come on!
You did see the Ghibli Museum while you were in Tokyo? Oh, that I didn't see that, but it just sounded like you said it's really cool. Okay, shit. Maybe I should go see that. Maybe that'd be fun. I'm gonna steal some guy's car. Oh, hey! Hang on. We got a report of a sub to steal. Oh, shit. Let us steal the sub, and then next time, we'll be doing the second heist. I think after this, the second heist will be, like, ready to go. Let's go ahead. We're gonna steal the sub, and then we're gonna leave the actual heist for next time. That is the plan for the rest of the night. Where the fuck is the sub? Let's steal a submarine. Where is it on the thing? Trying to find it. Car wash, blimp, assassination, triathlon. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. I thought it was on the map. Should be in the water, so... Oh, is this it? Oh, SHS. Perfect. Guess it depends on how much you like Ghibli stuff. I like Ghibli a lot. I think my favorite movie is like Porco Rosso. Can you just like describe it? Is there like a lot of... There's not like rides or anything, right? It is mostly a museum. Is it like fun for like the whole family, or is it like... I mean, obviously it's fun for the whole family, but is it like... Maybe it's just like a really good museum, is what it is. Really good museum. And I will say I went to a couple of really good museums while I was in Japan. Tell me, what other museums did you go to? I went to like, just a museum? Gotcha. I went to, did you go? I went to the Cup Noodle Museum. That's in Osaka. I went to an aquarium in Osaka. There was like a JoJo Bizarre Adventure exhibit that happened to be in town while I was in Osaka, so went to that. There was some like random museum on the top of some really big building that I went in and like hung out in and checked out all the shit in. That was pretty nice. Only museum you went to? I think I only went to a couple, honestly. I went to the Cup Noodle. I went to the a JoJo exhibit, and maybe like one other that it was just some random museum I went to because it was in the building I was hanging out in. There's a couple of really big buildings in Tokyo that are like really tall. They're like mega structures or something. Yeah, you check out any of those that are like buildings so big they're practically cities unto themselves is basically, I think, the pitch of them. They're alright. I'd say like there was a Pokemon store in one that was pretty cool. A lot of restaurants and stuff, of course, that, you know, they're big and all. Meta Sky Building. Let me say, Avid Demon, if you ever go to Tokyo, or sorry, Osaka, go to the Umedo Sky Building. It's fucking good. It is this big building that has like a hat on top of it that's spanning like 2 other buildings. Bayonetta, Platinum have their headquarters there apparently, and apparently it is in the next Bayonetta, but it's cooler in real life, I will say. It is just a really, really sick building, and just like one of the coolest places I saw in Japan. Meta Sky Building, fantastic. Tokyo, I went to some tower while in Tokyo. I don't think it was the tallest tower. I don't think it was the Sky Tree. Or maybe it was. I forget which building in Tokyo is like the biggest one. Like the biggest tower. But I went to the second biggest one because I was sort of in a crunch. It was one of my last days and I was like, okay, the tallest building is probably going to be busy. So let me go to the second tallest. It's closer and I can fit it into my schedule easier. And that was a bit of fun as well. Okay, how are we doing this? I can see it. I guess let's just go up on the boat and, you know, steal it. Maybe no one will even bother us. No one will mind. Wish I had that disguise, that, like, porter's disguise now. Whatever. Excuse me. Don't mind if I do. This is kind of thinking now, just like person who has only played Banjo-Kazooie. This is giving me some major, this is giving me some Rusty Bucket Bay vibes. Oh, I think someone sees me. No, dude, I'm not going. You didn't have too many plans?
I'm calling the cops, you crazy asshole.
Okay, buddy. Do I have a suppressor on any of this? Because this is gonna make some noise. Okay. Oh, this is a silent sniper rifle. Oh shit, too late. Okay. Well, no one heard the gunshot, so that's fine. I should have taken him out faster, I guess. How exactly do you? Maybe I can just shoot it down. There's an idea. Like, maybe I can just... I don't know about that. Nah, it's not coming down. Oh! There we go. Yes! 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 Alright. Look at that. Okay, we got it. Alright, shit. Going at the end of August might have been a mistake because it was really hot and humid. I went in December, so it was pretty chill. Kind of, you know, more in the manner of like cold. I will say not snow cold, but like still like full sweatshirt and full gear.
You gotta help me store it for a few days.
All right, here we go.
Floyd, don't go quiet on me or I'll come around and I'll, well, we both know what I'm talking about.
Okay, alright. Bring it around the Pier 400.
I guess I should go around like spring or something at some point. That would be like the time of year to go, right?
What's that?
You'd be a minute out of the hotel and just drenched with sweat. Where are you from, Avid Demon? Are you from the north? You're from like the north or the south? I will say I'm from Texas, so like a hot day is like you're from Iowa, that's like mid-north. It's like around like Chicago, right? Or somewhere in that vicinity, northeast.
Security consulting friend. They'd be on trial for human rights offense.
Okay, we need to go around this thing.
Protect all its contractors from any kind of suit, military or civilian.
I've heard October is a great time to go. Sometime like in the fall. That's like the happy ground between like ooh, a whale. The middle ground between too hot and too hot and too cold. Spring, that's like the tourist season. A lot of people show up in spring to see the cherry blossoms. Maybe a little busy. Maybe a little busy, a little expensive. All the hotels and travel stuff probably a little more expensive if you go during the spring, but what if I went during the spring? I am now thinking. Here's a question. What time do the cherry blossoms actually come out? What time do the cherry blossoms actually, like, blossom? Is that, like, March or is it, like, April? Come on, ascend. Okay, I'm hitting X, that's ascending. February, early March? February would probably be a bit much for me to suddenly start planning. Honestly. I could see like an April trip, that'd be fun. It's only like a 2-week period. Well, a 2-week trip is like a massive investment to begin with, so like that wouldn't be so bad if that was like the plan. I guess the thing about Japan is like probably most people who are like seeing the cherry blossoms or whatever, most tourists are probably like from Japan, right? Or like most.
For fuck's sakes!
I guess like the tourist angle only like affects like airfare and also hotel fare. Like probably actually like getting around mid-April, late March, early mid-April. Man, I'm just looking at what you say and thinking like, ooh, that'd be fun. I know they're open for tourism now, so oh, I'm tempted. It'd be good to take off like 2 weeks in the middle of April, which I can do. I have unlimited PTO after all. Take off 2 weeks in the middle of April and go see Japan again, but with cherry blossoms and shit. Oh, that sounds like such a good idea. Oh, I want to do that. You will go anytime. I guess like the other thing to look at would be like, okay, well, I was able to get there in around like... Who's crying? Oh, it's a whale! It's like a dolphin. I'm not running into a dolphin now, am I? Sorry if I crash into a dolphin. You'll go anytime. I will happily feel like death again if it means you get to do it in Japan. Hell yeah, dude. That's a great attitude to have. And I will say I've been to Universal Studios in like, you know, June and July. So like I am no stranger to going to a place that's really hot and walking around all day outside. Like that is definitely something I have literally done, going to Universal in July, and just something you have to deal with. You would carry around a backpack all day? Yeah, that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Your shoulders would be in pain by the end of the day. Personally, I wouldn't even make it a day. I like to go back to the hotel around midday or something, take a load off, relax for a bit, and then towards like the nighttime I'll go out for a second like second incursion, you know? That's definitely how I rolled in Japan. Oh, I am very seriously thinking about April now. Maybe it would be better to do like October of next year or something, honestly. You know, it's like make it a little bit farther out, but ooh, that'd be so sick to go back to Japan and have another big long vacation. I do feel like you do have to take off. You have to do as long a trip as you can because you never know when you're gonna be back.
You there?
And you know, you want to have time to see as much as you can.
All right.
Beautiful. It was honestly the most painful trip of you got a sweat rash on your inner thigh? Damn. Yeah, that's something I would always recommend, especially if you are a larger American like me, is have a little bit of body glide. You can find it on Amazon. Really makes it so that chafing, you know, you can avoid chafing if you just apply that to your, like, you know, your seams. Apply that to, like, the insides of your legs before you get out there, and it'll help with any chafing. Prevent it.
Let's go! Let's go! Okay, all right. Hurry up! All right, here we go.
Also, yeah, don't stub your toe or anything. One time I went to Japan with a sorry, not Japan. I went to Universal Studios, and I had just, like, really badly stubbed my toe. And you know, I had to just walk on it. I had to just manage. And it was hard. It's much easier when you don't have an injury to do tourism stuff.
I'm certainly not being short.
Even a minor one gets in the way, you know.
If you turn a crew onto a score, you gotta be ready for the heat that comes with it.
Hell yeah, dude.
I didn't turn anyone on to anything. You threatened and cajoled and tricked me.
You don't want to cut? Just walk away.
I can't walk away. You're robbing my workplace and running the show from my home.
Deborah's home. No
That's
cut
true.
for you, no cut for Deborah.
You can park it there.
I do think it'd be probably good to cut them in, since we are using their home as a base, but whatever. Maybe like a little cut. It is true they're probably not going to actually get on the
sure
thing.
It'll be okay there.
Sure.
All right. If you're wrong, I'll eat your sweet meats.
Hell
Get out of
yeah.
here.
Mission complete. Probably have to call someone to say like, hey, we're good to go. Whenever makes sense. Yeah, he probably needs to call someone before we can switch out. Alright, we stole a submarine. I'm gonna switch back to Trevor and hang out in his cool house for a second. And then... Alright, there we go. We're gonna hang out in his cool house. We're gonna go to his cool house.
Before you take advantage.
And, we're at the strip club. Where's your motorcycle, dude? There it is. We're gonna drive to his cool... You managed to avoid barely stubbing your toes, but probably due for one day. Yeah, man. If you happen to do it right before you go on a major trip that costs a lot of money, it's not great. You know, it's you want to avoid that if you possibly can. But you know, sometimes what are you gonna do, right? Alright, so, folks, let's go ahead and get this stream ended. We made some damn good progress.
Someone! He just stole my bag! Help me!
We made some damn good progress. We're gonna ignore that. Made some damn good progress. We got Franklin a new house. We did the prep for the next heist. And I think next time we'll be doing the heist and probably a little bit more. That'll be next week after Mario Maker. Next Monday. The Monday after that, because of Thanksgiving week and also because of the Randomizer Roulette, which will be on Sunday. I don't think I'll be doing a Monday stream necessarily, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. That whole week is probably going to be a little bit weird, since I do have a lot of time off. Maybe I'll do like a midday Mario Maker stream. Wouldn't that be weird? Like a lunchtime viewer level stream. That's a little bit at a decent time for people if they're sleeping, you know, during like normal nighttime. Alright, let's go ahead and pull on in, settle down for a night, save the game in a nice regular bed, save the game and shit. This house is a little inconvenient to get to. It's kind of in the middle of, you know, a bunch of cliffs and stuff, and it's not like there's a Target nearby, but still, it's pretty cool. I would love to live here if I had the option. I mean, look at it. It's massive. You got a nice view of the city. And it's just sick as hell. Let's go ahead. Save the game. Then I will send y'all on a little bit of a raid. I don't know where yet. If Avid Demon, if you see anyone who is like a mutual friend of ours, you know, someone from the same communities that we run in, let me know, and we can absolutely send it their way. Otherwise, I'll look myself and see if there's anyone, you know, I know that's online at the moment. I bet there is. I follow a lot of people from various locations. Where's the bed? Where is bed? Bunch of closed doors here. Where is bed? Here is bed. Don't have anyone online at the moment. Gotcha. Let's create new save. Alright, we've saved the game. Is there a door here? Yes. Look at that view, dude. Sick. This view is fucking sick. Damn, dude. What a cool place to live. You got a pool with a fancy, like, they have a pool like this in Hitman, in like Sapienza. You got a cool ass Sapienza pool.
Oh, that shit? Chop, what you been eating? I gotta get a regimen for your ass.
You got a beautiful view. What more could you want? Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. That there was GTA 5. By the way, a couple notes here. Again, I will say, we still have a sub goal going for Sonic 2 Watch Party. Whenever that gets met, I will schedule a stream for that, in which I finish Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, or just Sonic Adventure 2 No Battle. I finish Sonic Adventure 2, do the last story, and then we will do the watch party, and it'll all be at a pretty reasonable time, not too late. Also, I'll play Mario Party during the watch party, and y'all can join me if you want. We're just, I believe, more like 8 subs away from that, so, you know, y'all want to contribute to that. Whatever's good. I'm sure eventually we'll hit that goal, but yeah. Also, again, the Randomizer Roulette is confirmed for November 20th, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. Central Time. That's 4 randomizers, swapping between them every 5 to 10 minutes. Paper Mario Randomizer, DK64, Metroid Fusion Minish Cap. Really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a bomb-ass stream. That's going to be sick. Everyone's going to have a good time. I bet we're going to have a great reception. It's going to be rad. I hope y'all will come and check it out and, you know, maybe donate. I will say I have already donated $50 towards the goal for Metal Gear Screwjob. So we're actually only need to do $250 to reach that goal. Metal Gear Screwjob, by the way, will be a series in December where I play through. That dog's taking a shit. Oh, you can't see it. Dog took a shit. Will be a series where I play through Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but I do so in random order. Spinning a wheel at the start of each stream, and whatever it lands on, that's the game we're playing. That'll be starting in December. Probably do a bunch of streams of that since I'll have a lot of time off. Maybe even like multiple in a week. I think that would be fun to do. So I hope we reach that goal. Finally, here's the schedule. I will be back on Thursdays with a variety night, in which I do treasure hunting. 2 games that are related to treasure hunting, Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4. I'm gonna start a replay of both of them, and hopefully sync them up so that they end around the same time. We'll see, though. Wario Land might be a good deal shorter than Uncharted 2. Both of them should be a bit of fun. Let me see who is online right now, who I can send you to. Glower is online. Good Games Well Played is online. Plastic Bags is well played. Good Games Well Played is online. Alter Mentality is online. JCog and Trihex. Let me think. Do we want to go with Unglower? Unglower tends to do has done a bunch of big raids on us before, so I really liked returning this favor occasionally. Plastic Bags is playing Call of Duty. Alter Mentality is playing Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope. Let's do Mario and Rabbids. That sounds like a good thing. Okay, I'm gonna send y'all over to Alter Mentality. She is cool. You know, give her our love and shit. Alright, folks. I'll be back on Thursday with a variety night in which I start a replay of Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 2. Wario Land 4. Sort of doing them in tandem. I played both games. I probably played more Wario Land than Uncharted 2. They're great games. I'll see you then. And then on Friday, I'll be back for more viewer levels. Hope y'all have a good week. A good rest of the week. I'll see you on Thursday. Have a good night. Bye, folks.